Thank you for starting the recording. This is day 5 of the scan appeal of the Snoqualmie Mill Ventures PCI plan FEIS. I think we are starting this morning with testimony, but before we go directly to testimony, let me just check in. Are there any issues we need to discuss? Anyone, please unmute and let me know.
Excuse me, Ms. Examiner. Courtney Kaler, I believe the appellants said yesterday they would be prepared in the morning to let us know who they were calling for rebuttal witnesses. That would be appreciated just so we can let our folks know who needs to be on this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Let's check in. Mr. Brickland, Ms. Klungen.
I'm pretty sure we're going to have a traffic rebuttal witness. I haven't confirmed that with Mr. Seidels this morning, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. I expect we're going to have Mr. Durdowski on a couple of land use issues. I'm awaiting this morning's testimony to determine whether we're going to have somebody to respond to Ms. Campbell's testimony this morning, and I will let Ms. Klungen address the other issues.
You're muted, Ms. Klungen.
Yes, we expect Dr. Cook, and depending on the rest of the testimony today, likely Pam Jenkins, but to be determined.
Thank you.
All right. I don't hear any other business. Is Ms. Campbell available? I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the attendees list. Here she is. Can we promote her to panelist? Great.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Campbell, thank you for coming back. As we start up again with your testimony, if you would just restate your name for the record and let me remind you, you are under oath to tell the truth.
My name is Michelle Campbell.
Let me just, also we're having some, I'm experiencing some latency and bandwidth issues. So I might just unscreen share my video to try to maximize bandwidth and see if that helps. I will be here, but you won't see me.
Although Ms. Campbell did freeze for me too, it might be at her end.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Sturbank, let's go ahead and Ms. Campbell, if we miss anything that you say, we will be asking you to restate it.
Okay.
Is Ms. Campbell there, or there she is? All right. Thank you, Ms. Campbell, and thanks for taking the time to come speak with us again. Just to reconnect with where we were on certain issues with you. At one point in your testimony the other day, you and I were discussing communications between RH2 and King County regarding population projections for the portion of the unincorporated King County located in the city of Snoqualmie's water service area. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And my recollection is that you had indicated that King County's demographer and Steve Hershey, who's Mr. Hill's predecessor on the UTRC, had indicated that RH2 should assume, I think using your words, almost zero growth for the portion of the unincorporated county located outside the city's UGA. You recall that part?
Yes.
Okay, and I think that we also talked about potential annexations from the city's urban growth area, and you stated that you were not aware of any potential annexations. And in the absence of information like that, you relied on city planning staff information regarding potential population growth in the UGA when you were estimating water demand. Is that also your recollection?
Yes, that is.
All right, thank you. So subsequent to that discussion, counsel for the appellants here asked me whether we had offered the emails into the record. I indicated we had not, and when he requested we provide them, I offered to have you come identify those emails to provide the requisite evidentiary foundation, and then he could ask questions in cross-examination. So that's why we've asked you to be here today. Let me take a moment briefly to screen share. That way. All right, can you see the document, the notation there, what's marked as Exhibit C27?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And I'll scroll down to the email itself. Can you tell us what this communication is?
This is an email between Chandler Felt, the county demographer at the time, and Greg Davidson, a staff engineer with RH2. Chandler is responding to an email from, from Greg, where he requested
Ms. Campbell, I think we're losing, you're cutting out. You were starting to describe what was in the email.
Yeah, let me switch to another connection. If this one might work better. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I will repeat my response. This is an email between Chandler Felt, the King County demographer at the time, and Greg Davidson, a staff engineer with RH2. Chandler is responding to a question from Greg regarding the growth projections for the area outside of the city within the water service area.
Okay, is this the email that you referenced in your direct testimony the other day where you indicated Mr. Felt had said the city could assume almost zero growth?
That's
okay. And can you, if I can scroll for you, can you indicate the part of the email here where that conversation occurred?
Yeah, it's the second bullet that starts with PSRC's forecast data. The second to the last line says, or the last sentence says, recent trends of extremely limited residential growth in these areas point to an expectation of almost zero population growth in the foreseeable future.
Is that the area that I've highlighted on the screen here?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to screen share a different document. Just one moment. All right, can you see the document marked Exhibit C28 on your screen?
Yes, I can.
All right, and I will scroll down again. Apologies to the parties. What is this email?
This is an email between Steve Hershey, Jay's predecessor at the UTRC, King County, and it's written to Todd Saxberg with the city and myself, following up on a meeting that we had, and some question again regarding projections outside of the city limits in King County.
As I recall your testimony, you indicated that Mr. Hershey had confirmed Mr. Felt's direction that the city should assume almost zero growth. Am I recalling that correctly? Right.
Yes, that's right. So the last part of this email, if you keep scrolling, yeah, I'm right there where he's Says, finally, I want to note or link back to that email that you had just screen shared to Greg Davidson. So he copied and pasted this comment from Mr. Chandler regarding, yes, thank you there, the expectation of almost zero population growth.
Okay.
So this was a reconfirmation of that earlier email.
All right. Thank you for pointing that out. Did Mr. Hershey provide any other advice to you in this email?
Yeah, in the preceding paragraphs, he suggested that the city should estimate water demand based on expectations for potential annexation areas. So given that yes, right there, thank you.
Sorry, for the record, so this is the area on this exhibit that I just highlighted in, it shows on purple on my screen, the paragraph that starts, however, given the area.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm sorry, go ahead. You were going to describe what it was communicating to you.
So given that the Snoqualmie Hills area is potentially a part of the city someday, it's also reasonable to project a water demand under what the city would zone that area if the area is projected to be within the city's horizon for the water system plan, which is a 20-year planning period. That he also says, notes that King County has no pre-annexation agreement with the city, and therefore, according to Mr. Hershey here, he has no basis to predict what the city might annex for that area. So, and then that's when he kind of falls back on the suggestion by Mr. Felt to assume almost zero growth.
Okay. Did you do anything to follow up on this suggestion that the city project populations for the potential annexation area?
Yeah, so we coordinated with the city planning staff, which included Mr. Rogers, who provided RH2 detailed population and employment projections for each of the city's separate potential annexation areas based on what they would expect for that annexation. And then we use that for our projections for the water demand estimates in the water system plan.
Okay, so is that shown in the water system plan anywhere?
Yes, the city's potential annexation areas are shown in figure 3.1 of the water system plan update. The population projections are also in chapter 3, table 3.1, chart 3.1, and then discussed in paragraphs of that chapter 3, page 3-8.
Okay, I'm going to screen share again here. So are you able to see table 3-3, the water system plan?
Yes.
All right, and this is for the parties in the examiner following along. This is exhibit C8, the city's 2021 water system plan update. This is table 3-3 of that plan update. Is that right, Ms. Campbell?
That's correct.
Okay, and so this, well, why don't you just describe what's shown in table 3-3?
So this is our the population projections through the 20-year planning period of the water system plan. Also shows our base year of 2017, along with the city population, the water service area population, so what is served by the water system, which is different, and then also the employment projections for the water service area.
Okay, and the planning period for this plan update extends to 2040?
Yes.
Okay. And then you referenced, I think, a chart 3-1. And I'm just scrolling down, if you could explain what's depicted there.
Mm-hmm. So the blue line there shows the historic city limits population. The orange line continues that population through the 2040 planning period. So those are population projections for this for the city. The green line there shows the water system population projection. So the water system customers. And then
so is the difference between the orange line and the green line represents
that represents
addition of King County unincorporated area water customers?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And then the purple is the projected employment population for the 20-year planning period.
Okay, and I think you also said that there was some discussion in the plan immediately following. Are we talking about, I'm going to highlight on the screen again in purple, these paragraphs here.
That's correct. So yeah, that describes the existing water system population and the projections through how we calculated the projections.
Okay, and then is the description of how you calculated the employment projections then shown in the succeeding paragraphs, 3-8 going over to 3-9?
That's correct.
Okay, and does the remainder of the plan incorporate base its water demand estimates on those population projections?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So this is talking about potential growth in the city's potential annexation areas in the city's UGA. What about the part of the water service area that's in an unincorporated county, but it's outside the city's urban growth area? Did you assume any growth for that part of the service area?
We did not assume any growth. The sentence there that it's the last one, no, the middle one you highlighted. The number of water system customers outside the UGA down, you go,
Right
yeah,
about
right
here.
there. Yeah. The number of water system customers outside the UGA was projected to remain constant throughout the planning period.
Okay, so that's a reference, or is that a reference to residents in the unincorporated county outside the city of Snoqualmie urban growth boundary?
That's correct.
Okay, and those are, so that's essentially keeping, or let me rephrase that. Is that taking the number of existing customers and keeping it essentially constant?
That's correct.
All right. And you did that there consistent with Mr. Felt's direction?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Do you recall our conversation the other day about Mr. Hill's testimony about his concern that the city was not taking into account potential water needs of residents of the unincorporated area?
Yes, I do.
So in light of the exchange, this email exchange in Exhibit C27-28 and the information you included in the water system plan in response, do you believe that Mr. Hill's stated concern for unincorporated residents in the water service area was well-founded?
No, it's not.
All right, thank you. I'd like to do one more thing here just to clean up the evidentiary record a little bit. I'm going to screen share one other document. I think you also testified about transmitting the water system plan update to various agencies, the Washington Department of Health and King County. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit C9. Can you tell us what this document is?
This is a transmittal letter of the City of Snoqualmie's water system plan to the Department of Health Office of Drinking Water for the purposes of their review and approval of the water system plan.
Okay, and I think you testified about receiving comments from health back in response to this transmittal. Is this letter here in Exhibit C9 from you?
That's correct.
All right, and I'll show you one more. All right, I'm showing on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit C11. Can you tell us what this communication is?
This is a letter between myself at RH2 transmitting the City of Snoqualmie water system plan to Mr. Hill at the UTRC, King County Department of Local Services, transmittal via UPS and of the water system plan and associated submittal documents.
All right, thank you. And the other day you spoke about Exhibit C24, which was a UPS delivery receipt. Did that receipt confirm delivery of this letter in Exhibit C11 and the 2021 water system plan update to Mr. Hill?
Yes, it did.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll stop sharing here. Ms. Examiner, the city moves admission of exhibits C27 and 28 and exhibits C9 and C11.
Okay, I'm going
And
to,
I thank you very much, Ms. Campbell. I don't have further questions for Ms. Campbell at this time. Would reserve obviously rebuttal, and if the examiner has questions, or obviously Mr. Bricklin on cross.
sure, certainly, thank you. I thought I would screen share again because the latency issue seems to have resolved, so I was listening. Let me ask counsel, do they have questions for this witness? And I would go to the applicant first just to see if they do.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bricklin, do you have questions for this witness?
Yes, a few. Also, I had no objection. I think council just asked that the exhibits be admitted, I think. We have no objection to that.
Thank you. So I will admit C27 and C28.
And
Great.
I also moved admission of C9 and 11. Mr. Bricklin, no objection there, I assume.
And what 9 is,
9 is the transmittal of the plan to the Department of Health. 11 is about which Ms. Campbell testified, and 11 is her transmittal of the plan to Mr. Hill.
no objection.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Inconsequential.
Sherbank. Also admitting C9 and C11. And Mr. Bricklin, you do have questions for Ms. Campbell?
I do have a few, yes.
Please go
Ready to
ahead.
go?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back, Ms. Campbell. Just a couple questions. First of all, maybe all of your testimony this morning was about information in the water system plan. This information was not included in the EIS. Is that accurate?
As I testified the other day, is referenced, the update of the water system plan is referenced in the EIS. It is not directly included in the EIS. It's the water system plan is several 100-page long document that would not be reasonable to include in a EIS.
Well, and let's be more specific with regard to the county's comments on the draft EIS, where they raised the concern about the need to fill in the water gap for phases 2 and 3 and the impact that might have on other users who might one day want to have access to water. There was nothing in the final EIS where the EIS said, oh, don't worry, there's almost no growth contemplated. This is a non-issue. That those statements or statements of that sort were not included in the EIS itself, were they?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question or restate it?
Yes, I heard you answer a question from council this morning that Mr. Hill's testimony expressing concern about the impacts on future water users was unfounded, I think was your testimony. I'm asking whether there's anything in the final EIS that responded to the county's concerns in this regard by responding that those concerns were unfounded, that there was no population forecasts indicating significant growth in those areas. Is there anything like that in the final EIS?
Based on information provided directly from the county regarding those, the growth in those areas, that comment was not applicable. So, but no, it was not included in the FEIS directly. It wasn't applicable though, on the county's own admission.
So you said a lot of things there. I just want to get a real clear statement. There's nothing in the final EIS where the authors of the EIS say this concern of the counties is unfounded. True?
Correct.
And there was nothing in the final EIS that says that these concerns of the county are unfounded because there's very little population growth expected in those areas. True?
Mhm.
That was a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. The email, what was the first exhibit, number 27? References that the area in question is zoned urban reserve. Do you recall that term?
RX.
Where it's stated that it's 0.2 units per acre, which you understand that works out to 1 unit per 5 acre. Is that right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's the county's urban reserve zoning category, correct?
It's RX. I'm not sure if that refers to urban reserve or what that designation, what the official title of that designation is. I'm sorry. Let me just pull up my zoning map here. Rural area. It appears. But yes, the 0.2 units per acre is what that area is designated for.
Which is 1 unit per 5 acres.
Mhm.
And the urban reserve characterization is an indication that while there's low density allowed now, it's being held in reserve for urban densities in the future, right?
I am not familiar with the specific zoning requirements and descriptions for those areas.
And Ms. Clungeon, could you bring up that table that was from the water system plan, please, that Ms. Campbell testified to a few minutes ago? Or excuse me, not a table, a chart, the one with the, yeah, chart 3-1. So you explained, Ms. Campbell, that the gap between the orange line and the green line is the users outside city limits that would projected to be added to the system in coming years. Is that right?
The difference between the two lines is the city limits population projection and what is projected for the water system customers.
All right. And that's at least through the, if you scroll down just a little bit, Ms. Clungeon, I can't see the years at the bottom. All right, and then go back up. So over the next decade or so, that gap is about 1,000 people. Is that right?
That's, yeah, it looks about that. Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sherbank. Any redirect?
I'm sure, just a little bit. Quickly, Ms. Campbell, on back to that chart. And is it, I just want to make sure it's, well, I will re-share. Apologies, Ms. Examiner. Here we are. So just to clarify, Ms. Campbell, the difference between the orange line and the green line is not, well, sorry, the difference between the orange and green line represents the difference between the number of city limits population and the total number of city limits plus unincorporated customers. Does that describe the delta accurately?
That's correct. Yeah. And then as the throughout the planning forecast here, what happens is with the population projections for the city limits is the UGA, the areas of annexation are added to the city limits population. That's why it gets a little bit closer to what we're projecting for the water system population projection.
Okay.
But they never actually, they're not ever the same.
And that's because the city's water service area population includes some customers who are outside the urban growth area and therefore can't be added to the city. Is that correct?
They're outside of the urban growth area, and we've been told by the county that there is almost zero growth in those areas. Right.
And because they're outside the urban growth area, they're not eligible for annexation, correct?
Yes, but that's correct.
Okay, which is why the two lines are not the same ever.
Right.
Okay, and the population numbers that inform these lines, are those the numbers that are shown in the preceding table? I think this is table 3-3.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, and then Mr. Bricklin was asking you about whether certain statements were included in the EIS, and why does the EIS not respond to Mr. Hill's comment? Did you have reason to expect that Mr. Hill had access to the same information that Mr. Felt and Mr. Hershey had previously communicated to RH2?
I had assumed that information is available from anybody within King County to obtain.
Okay, and you indicated, I think, just wanted to confirm, Mr. Hershey was Mr. Hill's predecessor on the UTRC?
That's correct.
So he was serving in the same role with respect to the UTRC that Mr. Hill is now serving?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it correct to, so you testified you believe the county's concern was not well-founded. Is that equivalent to saying that you did not believe there was an impact raised by the county's comment? Okay, thank you. I do not have any further questions, and I very much appreciate you taking additional time to come back, Ms. Campbell.
Welcome, thank you.
Okay, I believe we're complete with your testimony. Ms. Campbell, thanks very much for joining us again today.
Thank you.
And have a nice weekend, please.
I think we have a witness testimony from an applicant witness at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct. And Ms. Examiner, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yes, so we have Cliff Schmidt from Fairlawn who should be on at this point.
If we could please promote Mr. Schmidt to panelist.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, would this be the Cliff in the attendees?
Yes.
Okay, just confirming. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Schmidt, if you can hear us, could you please, oh great, here you come, unmute and share your video. Hi.
Hi.
So just wanted to let you know, as we go through testimony today, I will ask you to please know that I have instructed counsel to verbally interrupt you if they need to make an objection, because in Zoom. There's no other way to get that accomplished. So they're going to say objection, and I'm going to ask you to please stop testifying when they do so that we can resolve that issue before we proceed.
I understand.
Great. If I could please have you state and spell your name for the record. Please give me your job title that I should identify you with in the findings, and then allow me to swear you in.
My name is Clifford Thomas Schmidt. Last name is spelled SCHMITT. I'm a principal hydrogeologist with the firm of Farallon Consulting, LLC.
Great. And then would you please raise your hand to take the oath? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be true? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Ms. Carey.
Thank you, Ms. Examiner. Good morning, Cliff.
Good
So I'm
morning.
going to start off this morning just talking about your background and provide a little bit of introduction for you here. To do that, I'm going to pull up Exhibit M3, which is your resume. Can you all see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So Cliff, is this resume that's provided at M3, is it accurate and up to date?
It's very close. I have an extra year of professional experience.
On top of the
Yes.
35 years?
Yes.
Thank you. And can you give us just an overview of that 35 years of experience? Who have you worked for? What types of projects have you done? Again, high level.
I've worked in the environmental consulting industry the entire time for only 3 firms, one in California for 7 years, one in Bellevue for about 4 years, excuse me. And then the remainder of the time, I co-founded a consulting firm with headquarters in Issaquah and have been here for now 24 years.
And that's Farallon Consulting.
That is.
And what types of projects have you worked on throughout this 35 years? It appeared from your resume that includes, both the geology and groundwater issues, but also contamination, MOTCA issues. But if you could just explain that for us.
Yeah, predominantly it's the assessment and cleanup of contaminated properties. I do a fair amount of work, maybe 25% of my time is for providing either expert testimony or as a consulting expert in contamination related litigation matters.
And if we go down to, I believe it's page 8 of your resume, you have your certification. So can you just confirm you are a Washington State licensed geologist and hydrogeologist?
I am.
Thank you. And I'd like to talk a little bit about your involvement in this project, Snoqualmie Mill specifically. When did you first get involved in this project?
In 2017.
And what have you been doing, again, high level, what's been your role in this project?
Primarily to understand the historical information available for the property and also to identify potential regulatory strategies for further assessment and cleanup of the property. Obviously, at times related to the SEPA process of producing the draft, sections of the draft, and final EIS.
And so prior to 2017, when you became more involved with this property, was there additional environmental investigations or work done on the property that you're aware of?
There were quite a number of studies done over more than a decade period of time at the property, ending approximately in 2005. So these would have started in the late 80s and gone through to 2005.
Have you reviewed the available environmental reports and investigation summaries that talk about those investigations and the work that was done?
I've reviewed many of the reports. I also have a colleague, Paul Grabo, who reviewed other reports, some of which I reviewed, some of which he solely reviewed. There were additional reports, mainly groundwater, just routine groundwater monitoring reports, which we didn't review because they were just data and only presenting one single monitoring event at a particular site area.
And then going back to kind of big picture, have you been involved in other projects that involve both a SEPA determination and an investigation and remediation under MOTCA?
I have been.
Can you give us some examples of some of those projects, please?
I've done quite a number of projects that were related to like sand and gravel pits or hard rock mining of materials for building uses. And those went through the whole SEPA process, including EIS. More recently, I do a lot of projects which involve redevelopment in the Seattle area. And there's a draft and final EIS and several addenda to those EIS as further redevelopment is performed.
So in those examples that you just mentioned around the Seattle area, was the SEPA process and the SEPA determination made before the investigation and remediation under MOTCA was completed?
Yes, in all the properties which I have been working on over the last 8 years, that has been the case.
Thank you. And I think we've clarified this before, but just for the record, when I say MOTCA, we're talking about the Model Toxics Control Act. And some of these questions, Cliff, if they're long-winded and you need clarification, because I know there's a lot of words and terminology in it, just let me know if you need me to clarify or break things down. So based on that, I talked a little bit about some of these projects you've worked on. In your experience, how is the MOTCA process, that investigation and remedial action process, how is it typically phased with SEPA in your experience?
I would say it's not typically, there's not a typical phase. I mean, it's not hand in hand with the SEPA process. So MOTCA can have components with that which have their own SEPA review. Say for if you're going to do a large scale excavation, you may do a SEPA checklist. Generally, there's not any mitigation matters or conditions put on that. Therefore, you just do the work. In the projects I was discussing related to properties in Seattle, these were specific to Paul Allen's company, Vulcan. They prepared, I don't even know what year it was, a draft and final EIS. And as those redevelopment properties come up for actual cleanup and construction, then we provide information to supplement the EIS, and it goes through a review. I've rarely been involved in any of the review portion of it. I just provide more up-to-date information on the nature of the project and how cleanup will be integrated into that redevelopment process.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to turn now to talk a little bit about the MOTCA process generally. And to do that, I'm going to bring up exhibit M10. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Okay, and if I need to zoom in on anything, just let me know. I wanted to start actually by, well, first asking you if you're familiar with this document and kind of explaining for us what this is.
I am. This is just a kind of fact sheet on the Model Toxics Control Act steps, and it's under the formal process, which means under either an agreed order or under a consent decree with the state.
And outside of an agreed order and consent decree process, that formal process, are you also familiar with the voluntary cleanup program and how that works?
I am. Both the standard voluntary cleanup program and the new expedited voluntary cleanup program.
Does that process typically follow the same steps as an agreed order consent decree process in terms of just the investigation and planning or remediation?
In general, it does. There are opportunities there where steps can be modified. you generally would have a conversation with ecology and say, do we really need to do a feasibility study? Because it's obvious that an excavation is going to be the remedy or cleanup for this property. And, it doesn't make sense to really go through a formal feasibility study process. But in general, you will do each of these steps.
Okay, thank you. And if you look down at the very bottom, it may be a little bit small and I can zoom in, but there's a paragraph down here that starts with MOTCA defines the cleanup process. And I won't read it all into the record, it's there in the exhibit, but in general, is it your experience that this is how cleanups are handled in Washington State is under MOTCA and under the supervision of ecology?
That's correct.
And along the way here, in terms of the cleanup process that's described in this exhibit, are there opportunities for public participation in that process?
There are. And those appear to be identified by the balloons at several of the steps in this process.
Thank you. And I'd like to talk a little bit about one of the steps in this, the site hazard assessment. We've heard some testimony from a few of appellants witnesses regarding site hazard assessment, or SHA is the abbreviation. And I can pull it up for you here. A copy of it is at Exhibit 4, S4 in the record. Can you explain for us what a site hazard assessment is?
Yeah, it's a kind of a simple process which ecology goes through. Typically, it's when it's known that there's going to be either an agreed order or a consent decree for future cleanup of the property. And it's a compilation of background information and a ranking of sites under the warm ranking system. So it's just it's an administrative process.
So this site was ranked 1 in August of 2021. Is that, what does that mean? Is this, I know we talked about it being on a scale of 1 to 5. Can you kind of explain the significance, or is there a significance to that?
Yes, the rankings are from 1 to 5. A ranking of 1 means that a number of media of concern and potential exposure pathways were identified. It does not mean that the site is ranked number 1 in the state of Washington. It's just a general categorization of sites. And it's not unusual to have a ranking of 1.
Have you worked on other sites ranked as 1 before?
I've worked on probably 17 or 18 sites that ranked 1.
And have you reviewed the list of current cleanup sites that Ecology publishes recently?
I do review those, yes.
Do you recall that there's roughly 13,000 plus different sites in the state of Washington?
I know it's a lot. Yes, 13,000 sounds about right.
And many hundreds of those all represent. Do you recall that there are many hundreds that are ranked 1 out of 5?
Yeah, it's about 350 sites currently are ranked 1. And some of the sites that I personally work on are things like a dry cleaner that's out in the parking lot of Seattle Pacific University that's ranked a 1. And it's a site that there's, it's just a parking lot. So it doesn't mean that it's highly contaminated in a manner that would represent an exposure risk. It just happened to meet the scoring criteria to exceed the threshold for a 1 ranking.
Okay, so this next exhibit that I just pulled up on the screen is Exhibit C1. It's the FEIS, and we're looking at PDF page 170 and 171. And just for the record, Ms. Examiner, I've added highlighting to a lot of these exhibits just to speed this up, but it is my added highlighting. So Cliff, this highlighted paragraph in here discusses the site hazard ranking. I'm not going to read it into the record, but have you reviewed this portion of the FEIS?
I have,
Okay, and you stand by what it says?
yes.
So one specific part of it here at the bottom of the page says the ranking does not require any action or change in the overall investigation and cleanup approach, but reaffirms that cleanup will be addressed through Ecology's regulatory process under MACA, irrespective of applicants' development plans. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the next steps under the MACA process, and I'll go back to M10 just to kind of keep this up for us. The next steps in terms of defining site boundaries, completing a remedial investigation feasibility study, which is RIFS is the abbreviation, cleanup action plan, engineering design, all these future steps. Will that be completed as required by Ecology under MACA for this property?
Yes, it will.
And did you hear testimony from Ms. Jenkins that the requirements of MACA are binding on the owner operator of the property?
I did.
And I'll represent that Mr. Jack said the same thing in his testimony. And did you hear testimony from them as well, Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Jack, that Ecology is the agency with expertise and jurisdiction to administer MACA's requirements and oversee this process?
Okay, to clarify, I was not able to listen to Mr. Jacks. However, my colleague, Paul Grabo, that I mentioned before, did. I did listen to Ms. Jenkins, and yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And I will represent, and the hearing examiner can decide how to use your testimony on this, that Mr. Jack also made that same representation in his testimony. In your experience, do cities make determinations regarding the sufficiency of investigations and cleanups under MACA?
No, they do not. That's Ecology's job.
Does a SEPA determination or a decision under SEPA change any of the requirements of the MACA process shown in M10 or otherwise in your experience?
No, it does not.
One of the ways that Appellants Appeal characterizes this FEIS decision under SEPA is to say that it's premature because all of these steps under MACA haven't been completed yet. Do you agree with that statement? Is it premature to make a decision under SEPA even though the MACA process is still underway?
No, it would happen often, actually, at sites in the state of Washington. Generally, we, for the sites I'm currently working on, we will provide information generated from prior investigations into the SEPA process, characterize what's known about a property or site. That information will help guide the decision-making process for SEPA, but it's not, I've never had a project held up or really influenced by the SEPA process for a project.
Let's talk a little bit about interactions with the Department of Ecology, and I will likely just refer to them as Ecology throughout all this, but we're talking about the Washington State Department of Ecology. So you mentioned you were engaged in this project in roughly 2017. Have you met with Ecology over the last few years on this project?
I have.
And I'm going to pull up an exhibit along the way. Just a minute here. Okay, so this is exhibit C2. It's the draft EIS, and we're looking at PDF page 245. And I'm looking at this top paragraph that's highlighted here that it, in summary, talks about different interactions with Ecology. So can you just walk us through what different interactions you've had with ecology over the last few years, please?
We did meet with representatives of ecology. As I recall, prior to that meeting, we had phone calls with at least Bob Warren and Louise Barty. I don't recall who else was there. And I was present at this site walk in November of 2018. In addition, when the site hazard assessment process started up, I met with 2 ecology project managers at the site, and we participated in the walkthrough of the property. And that would have been about a year ago.
Okay, thank you. So has ecology been kept, up to date and apprised of what's been going on this property?
They have.
I'd like to look in the same exhibit here. At this is PDF page 42 of exhibit C2. I'm looking at this paragraph. It starts with cleanup and remediation of legacy contamination. So have you reviewed this part of the draft EIS?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And it specifically says that cleanup and remediation of planning areas 2 and 3 would occur in conjunction with development of these areas under the proposal. And it would result in a net improvement of environmental conditions. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Will remediation of planning area 1 happen if it's required under MOTCA?
Yes, ecology has made clear in the site hazard assessment that, at the present time, they view the entire, I'm using the regulatory term, the entire facility as part of the site. The boundaries of the site may be modified later if areas are found not to exceed cleanup levels, not to have had a release and exceed cleanup levels. But for right now, it's planning areas 1, 2, and 3 are kind of meaningless to ecology. They're more focused on the facility as a whole and all areas where contamination has come to be located. And that will define the boundaries of the site.
Thank you. And so if ecology has concerns about there being contamination in planning area 1, will they let development proceed if that's left unaddressed or their concern is left unaddressed?
No, you can't conduct actions which would inhibit or prohibit the ability to clean up areas. So, for example, if there were shallow soil contamination, for instance, by metals, something that you can't treat in situ, and you were going to build a building over it, they would want that to be cleaned up prior to that building being built, because once the building is built, it will inhibit the ability of the potential liable person to clean that up.
And just to clarify one term you used in C2, does that mean leaving contamination in place but treating it in place as opposed to digging and hauling it away?
Correct. I mean, there's cases where you would be allowed to leave contamination in place, but ecology's preference is if it's accessible and may represent a threat to human health and the environment, then you need to do something about it. It would be very atypical nowadays to use institutional controls, which would mean an environmental covenant on a deed of the property, or engineering controls to leave contamination in place.
And we'll talk about this a little bit more in terms of what's known about planning area 1. But if there was a concern from ecology about potential exposure pathways, and maybe you could explain for us what exposure pathways are under MOTCA, would that be addressed prior to redevelopment as part of that MOTCA process for planning area 1?
Yes, ecology will want to, since it was part of the facility, the mill property, ecology will want there to be thorough historical research in areas where there's a concern there may have been a release, to have sampling performed, and that to be documented in order that they can make a decision if it is part of the site based on the available information and warrants further study or cleanup.
Okay. And so that we can kind of explain this for the record as well, when we're talking about potential exposure pathways under MOTCA, what does that mean? What are you looking at?
There's exposure pathways both for human health and for the environment, what we call bugs and bunnies. So for human health, specifically related to this property, it would be things like people coming in contact with contaminated soil, either short-term or long-term. Short-term meaning it's a construction worker, long-term meaning, soil exposed to the ground surface in a park that kids are running around and stuff. It also could be an exposure pathway of soil to contaminate groundwater, which then may be drank or flow to surface water. It also can include vapor intrusion, so gases that are in soil. Soil is porous, and about a third of soil is actually just space that has gas in it, or atmospheric, oxygen and nitrogen, and that can intrude into buildings if they're not properly constructed, and if the contaminant is volatile, meaning it can evaporate. So we would, for planning area 1 and 2 and 3, you would need to identify all potential exposure pathways and then assess if any of those are complete. That is, do they have concentrations in soil or groundwater that exceed a screening level at that point of the process that you would need to do further testing, or it does represent a completed pathway for potential human exposure.
And so even if uses of the property were approved, say a commercial or residential use of a property were approved, would all of that occur with the Department of Ecology before there's actual redevelopment of the property?
Yes. And just for clarification, there's no real difference between commercial or residential. They would default to the most stringent, which would be residential. There are differences for industrial, but they're very narrow criteria as to when you could use an industrial screening level or cleanup level.
Got it. And that's just for clarification, you're talking about the cleanup and screening levels when you're talking about the most restrictive being residential.
That's correct. Okay,
thank you. So let's look at, it should be PDF page 247 of this exhibit C2. This is a figure that's in the draft EIS. It's just a site plan essentially that shows the different planning areas. And I'd like to walk through these different planning areas. Again, high level, we don't need to get into immense detail for each one, but just to talk about the uses and what's known about them. And perhaps we can start with planning area 1. There was some concern expressed by Ms. Jenkins' testimony about equipment being buried in planning area 1. Is there any evidence of that?
I've seen nothing in the historical record, and nor have I seen anything when I've been out there on multiple occasions to suggest that they would. I mean, it was a forested area for most of the time, with the exception of some housing of workers back in the, probably 80 years ago.
Yeah, and I think Ms. Jenkins recognized that in her testimony, but certainly there's documents in the record that explain this. But, if you could explain for us, my understanding is that this was essentially forest and then some potato farming and some log storage. Is that accurate? Could you explain for us kind of the overall uses in planning area 1?
Yeah, I think, well, potato farming is, I'm not sure how much of an area that actually was performed at. I think it was more to just support the folks that were living there. There were some bunk houses present. And then some later time in the 60s and 70s, the area was cleared of the forest that was there. And then it was used for log storage up into the 80s, as I understand. So that would be the primary use, would be log storage. More recently, it was used for event parking, like for the Boeing Classic Golf Tournament up in the Snoqualmie Ridge. But it looks from pictures to be just your standard log storage and sort yard, which I grew up in Port Angeles, so I've seen more than a few of those. So I understand that process pretty well.
Was there, from your review of the historical records and the investigations that Farallon has done, is there any evidence that the log storage was for treated logs or used to treat logs?
There's no evidence in the historical record that was used for treated wood products, either raw logs or dimensional timber.
So would this just be, clean cut timber that's sitting waiting for the next step?
Yeah, it's typically you have they're pretty wide open areas, and you build just slight, like not even berms, but just slightly elevated areas that logs rest on. There's kind of roadways in between them that the log equipment, these big, probably everybody's probably seen them. They're just a big loader that has two huge tines that can hold 10 or 15 logs at a time, and they move them around. But it's just a storage area. It's not a process area.
Did you hear Ms. Jenkins' speculation about above ground and underground storage tanks in planning area 1, that she thought those might be located in that area?
I did hear that. Somewhat surprising, because I have no information of there being above ground or below ground tanks in that area.
And how about anything related to a boiler? Is there any evidence that you've seen of a boiler or things related to boiler operations on planning area 1?
No, not to a boiler, no.
We also heard testimony about the possibility of a dip tank on planning area 1. Is there any evidence of a dip tank on planning area 1?
There is not. There were 2 dip tanks, but they were on planning area 3.
And I think that's shown, they may be difficult to see on the screen here, but shown in this figure, correct? That there's dip tank 1 and 2 that are called out kind of in the heart of planning area 3.
Yeah, if I squint, I can see them. Yes.
Yeah.
You could enlarge a little bit, Miss Carrie, to make it easier. Thanks.
There we go. So I'm looking kind of specifically at, I don't know if you can see my cursor even, but in this area, and then dip tank 2 in this area down here. Do you see those?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Jenkins also mentioned something about railroad tracks in her testimony, and tracks in planning area 1. Can you explain what you know about the railroad tracks, or if there are railroad tracks in that area?
Well, I've looked to see if there were in the aerial photos. They only go back, I think maybe starting in the 60s or so, and I didn't see a rail track in planning area 1. There's one just to the south, like where it says the plywood mill at the southern boundary of that mill. There used to be a railroad track, and it went over to a trestle that went over the Snoqualmie River on the left-hand side of this map. And there's still remnants of that, and I don't think any of the footprint of that rail track would pass over planning area 1. It was a bit to the south, more on planning area 3. There's railroad tracks, of course, on the east, the southeast, and the east, and around the north end, planning area 2, but none of those crossed into planning area 1.
And we can talk about the investigations that Farallon did in the last couple of years on the property, but were there borings, were there samples taken along where railroad tracks could have existed if they did?
Yeah, we kind of, I mean, we thought if there was going to be a rail track, most likely would have been along the alignment of Mill Pond Road, which is that kind of gentle arc that's on the southwest side of Planning Area 1. And so we had several of our test pits and borings, more borings and wells, that were right along that area where you have access to where a rail line may be. I didn't see any evidence in our boring logs that we actually encountered something that would be a rail line. You know, typically there's a ballast there. These rail lines would have been put in very early on the development of the property. So that would be back in 1917 and 1918, somewhere in that time frame. And when I see rail lines, like when we do work down in Seattle, the rail lines are typically sitting on ballast. That could be crushed rock, could be slag, which is a waste from foundries. And we saw nothing like that here, and nor would I expect. I mean, we're probably 30 miles east of Seattle, and in 1918, you may as well have been 500 miles away, or you're not going to haul, material like slag from Seattle to use as ballast on your rail lines. You're going to use your local sand and gravel to construct those rail lines. So it doesn't seem like to me that rail is that much of a concern, and not on Planning Area 1 from all the evidence that I can see.
Okay, thank you. And if ecology is concerned about, railroad tracks existing, or if they need to be studied on Planning Area 1 as part of that MOTCA process, would they require follow-up on that issue?
It will.
Let's talk a little bit about Planning Area 2. So looking at this area to the north here, can you give us a high-level overview again of uses on that portion of the property?
Yeah, Planning Area 2 is more for storage and getting ready for transport of cut timber. So this is dimensional timber. So it had, I've seen photographs where the area that's labeled, where the label for lumber strapping area is, that can have just big, pelleted piles of dimensional timber. They're waiting to be put on trains, rail cars for transport. And there's two large buildings that are there, what's labeled the common lumber shed and the clear lumber shed. Those still exist. And they were used probably, there's lumber strapping area, so that's where they took the actual 2x4s and 4x4s, whatever were being made, strapped them together in order to put them on a rail for transport. And common lumber just refers to it's lumber that has knots in it. It's not as good as the clear lumber, which doesn't have any knots in it, and it's very desirable for building.
Okay, and then how about in Planning Area 3? What were some of the uses in that area?
That was really the heart of the mill. That's where electricity was generated. The sawmill was present. The drying kilns were there. The planing mill. I mean, all the real industrial type activities were more occurring on Planning Area 3 than other areas of the property.
And as part of the draft environmental impact statement, did you prepare a summary of the work and investigations and uses, for that matter, that we just talked about on these different planning areas?
Yes, we did.
Is that Appendix D to the draft EIS?
Yes, and that covered planning areas 2 and 3 predominantly, because that was where almost all the work was performed. All the work meaning all the assessment and cleanup work previously by others. and just historical information on planning area 1.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn to PDF page 254 of the draft EIS, again, exhibit C2. And I've highlighted a sentence on this page. It says supplemental environmental review would also occur as part of future project review, and remediation of known and suspected contamination in planning areas 2 and 3 would be evaluated during this process. So we talked a little bit about the historical review that you've done. That's at Appendix D. This is talking about the future process. And I just wanted to talk with you more about this, what this looks like. Is this referring to the MOTCA process that would occur on those properties in the future?
That's correct. Under ecology oversight, yes.
Okay. And so, you know, at this stage in the game, there would be additional investigation, remediation done on those planning areas as part of redevelopment.
Yes, to the extent necessary, yes.
And let's look at page 259 of the draft EIS. There's a paragraph here highlighted. And have you reviewed this portion of the draft EIS?
Section 3.5, yes, I did.
Okay. And this is talking about the mitigation measures and the significant adverse impacts to environmental health. It says the proposed action would not cause significant adverse impacts to environmental health. Again, we talked about remediation of 2 and 3 in coordination with ecology. And then the last sentence says remediation in conjunction with planned redevelopment would result in a positive impact to the environment. Do you agree with these conclusions?
I do.
And can you explain this for us? So, you know, we know that there is contamination on parts of the property, or at least there was in the past, in planning areas 2 and 3. Why is there no significant adverse environmental impact at this point? Is anything changing about that contamination going forward?
Well, I mean, for the contamination that is petroleum hydrocarbons, I mean, over time, they'll break down, they'll attenuate. But you know, especially in the oil range, that may take decades. So, you know, at some point you need to help speed the process of cleanup. It seems like there's been a lot of, I don't know, just not recognition at how much cleanup was done out there. Many, but not all, of the locations that were assessed and found to be contaminated did have you know, source control. So meaning the tanks were removed, for instance, the underground storage tank area, and a significant volume of soil was removed, either for in situ cleanup on the property or for disposal off the property. So, you know, the conditions likely today, 15, 17 years after those actions were taken, it may be that areas that we suspect are contaminated won't be above a cleanup level. We will need to assess and confirm that. But I suspect we'll find far less than may have been left in 2005 or even in earlier times when cleanups of these various features were done. Always, I guess, in the last sentence is, you know, that's our job, is to, when we do remediations, it does have a positive impact on the environment. If it doesn't, then I'm in trouble.
Yeah, and
you will let you know.
It may seem like an obvious point, but I want to clarify. So, you know, we have the existing conditions that are what they are in terms of the contamination. We've talked a little bit about that. Going forward, following that MOTCA investigation remediation process, does that result in a net benefit and improvement of those existing conditions?
Yes, it will. Yes.
Okay, and that's, I mean, as a result of cleaning up the contamination, essentially, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk a little bit about the final EIS and the summary of the site investigation that Farallon did in the last couple of years. The site investigation that Farallon did in between the draft EIS and the FEIS, was that ever intended to address the entire property? And that I'm referring by that to, planning areas 1, 2, and 3 versus just one of those.
We're referring to the site investigation at planning area 1.
Okay,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
So
I
if,
just want to be clear.
yeah. So was that intended to address anything on 2 and 3?
No, not in a direct manner. It was, indirectly, it had as an objective to determine if there may be contamination coming from 2 or 3 onto planning area 1, but we were not sampling anything on planning areas 2 or 3.
Okay. And Ms. Jenkins had testified that the investigation in planning area 1 that Farallon conducted was done for, and I'm going to quote, the specific purpose of responding to draft EIS comments. Do you recall hearing that testimony?
I do.
What was the specific purpose of that investigation to respond to comments in the DEIS?
That was not the specific purpose of that investigation, no.
Okay, why was that investigation done, and what was the point of doing that?
Well, one of the questions that we were trying to address was, is planning area 1 really even part of the site? And by site, I mean the MODCA definition of an area where contamination has come to be located at this facility. So that was really the primary purpose, is that piece of this overall property part of what will be in the future a MODCA site, or is it an area that, prior land use of a log sort yard and forest and worker housing, did it cause any contamination, any releases to the environment? So that was really the primary purpose, but it was helpful in that it informed conditions pre-project on planning area 1. And I think that information was summarized for the final EIS.
Okay, and so the information that you collected, the data that you collected as part of that investigation, was that intended for the Department of Ecology in that process then?
Yes, that's correct.
If the information was just intended for ecology, why provide it to the city in this process, in the SEPA process?
Well, I mean, it was available. It does give you information on what are the current conditions. There's no reason not to present it in the EIS process. So as a result, I mean, keep in mind, we were reaching out to ecology in 2018. In 2020, I believe, when we started doing investigation on planning area 1, we were kind of hoping that ecology was going to have the staff to become engaged with us, and then we could take this information and say, hey, look, we did a bunch of sampling at planning area 1. We're not finding any contamination. We don't have a history here where we should suspect there's contamination. We think it merits consideration that planning area 1 not be part of the MODCA site based on the information that we have collected. Unfortunately, ecology is very busy. They did do this as a site hazard assessment, which is helpful as part of the process, but they haven't yet said that they have personnel available to regulate the site. So we gathered the information, and now it's kind of sat there for, I guess, almost 2 years. We're kind of waiting for ecology to catch up to us, and we can then talk with them about the information that we generated and determine how it should be reported to ecology, because that is not clear based on our findings, how that should be done. And then we can move forward. I guess it was helpful secondarily for the EIS process, but that wasn't the primary objective.
Okay. But that information that you gained from the site investigation, that will be provided to ecology, hopefully at some point soon, right?
I hope so, yes.
Has a formal report of that investigation been prepared?
No, like, I'm not sure what the formal report will be. I mean, there'll be a formal report. But there's several types of report that it could be included with. One's called an initial assessment report. And I've done several of these for properties where it was possible there was contamination, but once studied, there was no contamination found, therefore it wasn't a site. And so it's kind of this odd thing where you're not a site to be regulated by ecology, but you also want to get buy off that ecology doesn't think a property is a site. And so there's a process that's not used a lot, but sometimes in property transactions it's used to be able to get financing on properties for redevelopment or just even to buy the property. That you want ecology's concurrence that there's no evidence based on the available data that a release has occurred, therefore it's not a site. So that's one type of report that this could be put in, or it may be, put into a larger report of, what's known about existing conditions at the property as a whole. So somewhat similar to what was written up in the draft EIS for planning areas 2 and 3.
And so that, how that data would be received and what would be done with it, that's something that ecology would give you guidance on?
Oh, yeah. We want to sit down in a room, have probably multiple meetings and just go through, that and various other issues of how are we going to, how does ecology want to approach this? Do they want to discuss and review and then have documented the data that was for planning area 1 separate from other areas, or do they want it combined? And I don't know what ecology will want, honestly. It might be easier for them to have an early determination whether that planning area 1 area of the property is within the site or not, because it'll help focus future actions on other areas of the property where there's suspected or known contamination.
And so when that information gets presented to ecology, are your conclusions in the summary that you provided the city, will they remain the same?
Yeah, they won't change from the summary that was presented in the final EIS.
Why not? So that there was a summary that was provided of the work that was done and the findings from that, your conclusions from that. Why not provide all of the other stuff that might go into that, the data, the lab reports, et cetera? What's the rationale for that in the SEPA process versus your interactions with ecology?
Oh, it's provided in the document that was the final EIS.
Yeah, we've heard some complaints from Ms. Jenkins and from appellants about, why hasn't the data been provided? Why haven't the lab reports been provided? And I'm just curious for an explanation from you of kind of why a summary of the investigation in the SEPA process versus that other information that would come up in the ecology process.
Well, the summaries that were provided are fairly typical of what gets provided to the SEPA process on these environmental issues. I mean, we don't typically provide, hundreds of pages of lab data that would be very difficult for the public to sort through and understand, especially on these types of sites. I mean, it's just, you have odd things like, naturally occurring chemicals from wood, from bark, that show up in groundwater tests. Well, that doesn't mean there's groundwater contamination. That means you have naturally occurring substances out there that are picked up by these analyses done by labs. So it's not simple data. It's, even internally to us, it's something you really need to study, talk with the lab, chemists understand. And so by summarizing that, I just think it provides a much more understandable background information on what the current conditions are at the site. And the same would apply in planning areas 2 and 3. I mean, there's a ton of data out there. It's just, what data is really relevant to understanding current conditions and the impacts of the project going forward in the future. And that's the typical level of detail that we would provide in this process. In that same, it's not just unique to this site. I mean, they're all 7 or 8 projects I'm doing in South Lake Union, and not one of those have we provided raw data for. And we always provide a summary, a site map, some general information on, what is known or unknown about areas.
And you've touched on this before, but in terms of who actually reviews the data, the detailed data in terms of boring logs, lab reports, all of that, is that ecology with expertise, or is it a city that's reviewing development plans?
That's ecology.
And that procedure that you mentioned, the common practice of providing a summary of this information, is that consistent with what was prepared in the draft EIS for the past reports and work that was done on planning areas 2 and 3 and 1 to some extent?
It is, yes.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to turn to another exhibit at this point. And let me share this with you. So this is PDF page 171 of C1. We're looking at the final EIS. And there's a quote here highlighted that says, investigation and cleanup of the legacy contamination at the Snoqualmie Mill property will be conducted following MACA requirements with oversight by ecology. The first step will be to complete a remedial investigation, and it goes on to explain that process. Have you reviewed this part of the FEIS?
I have.
Is that consistent with what you expect to see happen on this property in terms of the process and oversight by ecology?
I do. There's one really small change I would make to that sentence. I mean, it says of each site, I believe at the time this was written, the expectation was, as others have noted, is that you have a number of discrete areas that are known or suspected to be contaminated on planning areas 2 and 3. Sometimes ecology will look at those as individual sites. Ecology in their site hazard assessment from August of last year made it pretty clear that they will view the facility as a single site. So I would say we'll complete a remedial investigation of the site, not each site.
Okay, and that's a determination that ecology will make and kind of sort out how to handle going forward.
They will.
Okay, thank you. So Cliff, I'm about to change gears in just a moment here. Are you doing okay in terms of a break, water, bathroom, all that?
I'm having a blast.
Okay, fabulous. We'll just keep trucking. So I wanted to look at another exhibit. This is going to be S1. It's the Appellants Appeal. And let me make sure I've got the right pages for you, Cliff. Okay, so this is, let me see if I can zoom in for you again. So I'm looking specifically at pages 4 through 5, and I won't read through all this. I know you've reviewed this before. But this section of the appeal talks about other sites, and there's a table here that discusses, Puget Power, Warehouse, Snoqualmie, and then Snoqualmie Valley of different sites in ecology's databases that are potentially close to this. Have you reviewed other sites in the process of preparing that summary in Appendix D and just reviewing this in general for the SEPA process to look at those other sites and their connection or lack of connection?
Yes, I did.
And in terms of your review, excuse me, is it true then that the FEIS doesn't address any of these other sites or doesn't, consider them in terms of the analysis?
Yeah, we didn't do any more further analysis because of their location or distance or the nature of contamination, if any, at those identified other facilities.
Got it. Okay, so but they were looked at to determine, is there a connection? And since there's not a clear connection between them, nothing further is needed, at least at this point.
That's correct.
Okay. But if ecology differed in their opinion and their review of that and wanted you to look into those issues, would that also be covered in that MOCA process?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then I'll represent, I'm not going to bring it up just in the interest of efficiency here, but appellants had represented that in Exhibit S8, which is a September 22nd, 2011 staff summary of the former Weyerhaeuser site, that there was supposedly contradictory evidence that there were tanks in planning area 1. And this wasn't clearly testified to, but since it was in their appeal, I just wanted to clear this issue up with you. Is there any evidence that there was tanks in planning area 1 or any evidence in the record at all that somebody has suggested that there are tanks in planning area 1?
I have seen no evidence.
Thank you. So this is the next document I'm going to bring up is Ms. Jenkins' comment letter that's included in the record at C1 Appendix A, which is the compilation of all of the comment letters. And let me share this with you. So this was her letter dated July 10th, 2020. She was commenting on the draft EIS, and I'd like to walk through a couple of points in here. So first at PDF page 303, she states here, the Farallon reports, referring to the draft EIS Appendix D, do an excellent job of capturing and summarizing information from previously documented accounts of investigations and remedial efforts on the suspected or confirmed contaminated areas of the property. Generally, we agree with the identification of known and suspected contaminated media at various locations as summarized in Appendix D. So have you read this statement before?
Yes, I did.
And what did you understand Ms. Jenkins' conclusion to be with respect to the summary reports at Appendix D of the DEIS?
Well, I was happy that she agreed that they provide a good summary or excellent job, because that was really what we were trying to achieve.
And so she goes on here to explain then that, she said there may be additional areas that should be investigated. And we've talked a lot about these different areas already, so we won't go into them, but she lists off the railways, roadways, storm ditches, all of that. In general, responding to all of these different concerns, are those issues that will be addressed in the MOCA investigation and cleanup process if they are determined to be issues?
Yes, I think, well, just my experience with ecology is we have a pretty standard format with them of starting with a table of known or suspected areas of contamination. And this will include everything under the sun. And then it will provide, what information may be needed in the future and what actions will be performed in order to gather that data. That is, it's kind of like the first step with ecology in these types of projects of really getting on the same page with ecology as to what are the areas of concern. We're actually at this stage of the game, there would be what are the areas of potential concern, and then as information is brought into the table or summary, they will become areas of concern that will require further investigation.
Okay. And then looking at page 307, PDF page 307, I have another section highlighted here where Ms. Jenkins says we recommend getting onto ecology's cleanup schedule and working with the department to establish an appropriate mechanism to accomplish remedial activities on the Snoqualmie Mill site that works within their resource limitations and a reasonable development timeframe. Is that what applicants currently doing?
Yes.
Have they been doing that for a number of years now?
That's correct. And that was the impetus for our meeting in October of 2018, was to start to educate ecology as to what was known at the site, and really talk to them what's going to be the appropriate mechanism. And by appropriate mechanism, that was meant to be, is that going to be under a voluntary cleanup program, regulatory process, or under an agreed order type process. I don't think a consent decree is relevant to where this property is as far as its known current condition. So it'll be one of those two regulatory pathways.
Sure. Okay. And regardless of which regulatory pathways chosen by ecology or recommended, am I right that the outcome is the same and the liability remains the same under MACA as the overarching law governing this?
Yeah, the liability doesn't change. Owners and operators are liable, period.
Okay. And I guess on that, just to clarify on that topic, when you say owners and operators are liable, period, is it correct to say that they are jointly and severally liable, in all instances, basically, if you're a current owner operator of the site?
I'm sometimes accused of being a lawyer. I'm not, but I have been doing this for a long time, and yes, they will remain liable through this process.
Okay, thank you, Cliff. Let's look now at Exhibit S1 at page 15, which S1 is the appeal, but page 15 is actually comments from Ms. Jenkins on the FEIS. I have a couple areas highlighted here. The first is her comment that phased cleanup is not a bad idea and makes sense in this proposal's overall scheme. Have you reviewed that statement?
I did, yes.
Do you agree with it?
I fully agree with that statement, yes.
And then she goes on though saying, but neglecting to thoroughly investigate an area prior to development and without consultation with ecology, especially where the possibility of contamination is significant, is dangerous. Is there any instance where this property is not going to be thoroughly investigated prior to development?
It will need to be thoroughly investigated, not only from a regulatory standpoint, but just from a development standpoint too. So yes, it will be done in consultation with ecology, as many of my projects are.
And then she goes on to say, currently available data indicate that planning areas 2 and 3 contain discrete separate areas of legacy contamination associated with the former warehouse or mill. No such areas have been identified in planning area 1. This statement is true and will we'll address the rest of what she says here in a moment, but do you agree with that? Is that an accurate characterization of the planning areas and the contamination on them?
That is correct. I don't believe there's any area where a release occurred, which is commingled with any other area where a release has occurred. So in other words, like the underground storage tank area has not commingled, does not have commingled contamination with the above ground storage tank area, which is located a few hundred feet away. So they really are discrete, separate areas.
Okay, and those are both on planning areas 3, correct? The two examples you just gave?
That's correct. And
Is it-
similarly, there's a similar example on planning area 2, but yes.
Okay. And we can touch on this in a moment as well, but is there, any indication, any evidence at all that there have been releases on planning area 1 versus planning areas 2 and 3?
No, we've had no evidence come up of a release occurring on planning area 1.
And so she goes on just to acknowledge the remainder of her statement here. So this is this common author's point that currently available data are insufficient. And she goes on to continue through this. We've heard you testify about the MOTCA process that will apply. First of all, do you agree with that statement that the currently available data is insufficient to make that conclusion about planning area 1 and the discrete areas of contamination?
I'm not sure I heard your question correctly. You said
Sure.
discrete areas in planning area 1 are contaminated? No, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
So if you can restate, that'd be good.
Absolutely. So she's saying, as I read it, that currently available data are insufficient to make this determination about the contamination on planning areas 1 and 2 and 3. And particularly with respect to planning area 1, do you agree that there's insufficient data on planning area 1 at this point?
Well, the data which I have reviewed, which we generated and I have reviewed, I think is sufficient given this historical uses of that property. However, I'm not the final person to make that determination. That will be ecology, and that will be for ecology's level of comfort. We have generated what we think is sufficient data to show that there were not impacts on that property. And we'll making that position to ecology, and ecology may or may not agree with that position. But
Okay.
That is what the current data says, is there's not been a release on planning area 1.
Thank you. And it's up to ecology to make a determination of whether that's sufficient or not.
That's correct.
Ms. Jenkins also testified that a comprehensive investigation of the entire site, a comprehensive investigation was a term that she used frequently in her testimony, has not been conducted. And at one point she described a comprehensive investigation as determining the vertical and horizontal extent of contamination. Do you recall hearing that testimony from her?
I did.
Okay. In your experience, is a comprehensive MOTCA investigation like what Ms. Jenkins described required before a determination under SEPA can be made?
No, it's not necessary.
Would a comprehensive investigation, if it's required in terms of determining the vertical and lateral extent of contamination, is that something that you would expect to see in the MOTCA process governed by ecology?
Yes, that is one of the first steps in the MOTCA process.
Does that MOTCA process ever allow parties to the process, the operators, owners that are involved in that, does it allow them to ignore contamination or potential releases?
No, it does not.
Ms. Jenkins also testified about her concern about exposure to construction workers to contamination in these areas. How will construction workers be protected from exposure to any contamination?
well, there's several processes in place to protect worker safety. I mean, first of all, they're on these types of projects, even in planning area 1, the workers, when site grading is going on, will all be 40-hour health and safety trained workers. So they'll already have that prerequisite plus 8-hour refresher courses. And that used to be a kind of a big deal 10, 15 years ago, but now it's not, because so many of the properties being developed, certainly in the last 10 years, they're kind of the last of the properties, the contaminated properties or brownfields that were, hard to get to pencil out for redevelopment. And now there's not that much property left. Therefore, those construction projects are often ones which contamination is encountered, and therefore the workforce has to be properly trained for it. Even in planning area 1, for which we don't have indications of release of hazardous substances, we'll still write up in advance what's called an environmental media management plan. And some other consultants use different names, but they all say basically the same thing. And that is they explore contingencies that may be encountered during construction, and then what to do about them. So for instance, if there's an underground storage tank that would happen to be discovered, it will have a step-by-step process for what do you do to address that underground storage tank. Who do you call, what sampling is performed, and how is it cleaned up? I fully expect that will be, even if not required by ecology, would still be prepared, because that's just the standard practice nowadays for these development type projects. I've not done one in years that we didn't do an environmental media management plan. Thereafter.
Go ahead.
Well, thereafter, further protections, there'll be BMPs, best management practices, put in place generally as part of the grading permit review to make sure that there's not excess dust, the stormwater will be controlled, there'll be erosion control measures, all of which will lessen the potential for exposure if hazardous substances are present. But even before we even do that type of work, there's kind of another layer where investigation is done, not really for the MODCA process, but any soil that you're going to remove from the property as part of grading. So you might remove the upper 6 inches of, a bark that was put out there for event parking for the Boeing Classic. So you might remove that it's not a real good working surface. That'll need to be tested because it's got to go somewhere. And every facility you would take it to would require testing. So we call it soil profiling. So at that point, you would have additional analytical results available kind of outside the market process, but would always be reported in reports to ecology of what the conditions are for soil. Likewise, if you're for some reason pumping either groundwater or stormwater, you need a permit to discharge, or you need to have a receiving facility transfer that water to them, and you need to have testing done on that water. So there's going to be a lot of, more kind of investigation type work, not directly related to ecology or to MODCA, but reportable under MODCA.
Okay.
So it's not like we're going to be out there, digging away in this, nice virgin area and hopefully won't encounter anything. No one wants to have surprises when they're out there. And the last thing you want to do is be doing your construction project and discover something. Hence why, in part, the data we've already collected and data we will collect in advance of development will help inform if there are going to be any issues out there. But it's not for SEPA, it's for MODCA, and also for the construction project itself.
And some of the specific concerns that we heard about from, I believe it was Ms. Jenkins, were dust. If there's, dust in the air from construction, or stormwater runoff and any contamination that's present moving through stormwater. Are those things addressed through the best management practices and well, those practices that are put in play to manage those things in your experience?
Yeah, and the permitting process will require those. I mean, again, you don't want to start a development project and have the city come out and red tag you for either erosion control or for dust issues. I mean, that's just, it makes no sense. Of course, you're going to use the best BMPs to mitigate that from occurring.
And those are typically addressed at the construction level in terms of preparing for construction and planning for those things. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All of those measures that you just listed out, is that standard professional practice in your experience for, I mean, for you on the environmental consultant side advising it, but also for contractors who work on these types of projects?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then if we could look at Exhibit C1, this is just another portion of the FEIS. I'm looking specifically at PDF page 175. And I've highlighted the response to comments about safety measures. And have you reviewed this paragraph that's highlighted?
And this is from the final. Yeah, yes, I have.
Yes, yeah. And do you agree with these statements?
I do agree.
Okay, thank you. And just this is consistent with what we were just talking about in terms of best management practices, safety plans, all of that.
It is just much more succinctly summarized.
Thank you. So Ms. Jenkins, in her testimony, I'm going to list out a couple of things, but she had characterized the following substances as substances that she was concerned about across the entire property. PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls, is what PCB stands for, petroleum hydrocarbons, heavy metals, and she said likely dioxins and furans. Is that list correct based on what you heard in her testimony?
She said across the entire property?
Yes.
I heard her speak of each of those hazardous substances. I didn't realize it was across the entire property.
And that was actually one of the questions I had. You've, I believe, addressed this before, but to be clear, is there any evidence of a release exceeding levels of these substances in planning area 1?
And the list included heavy metals, correct?
It did, yes.
There are naturally occurring concentrations of arsenic in the soil below fill material that exceed a cleanup level, but they are naturally occurring.
Okay.
None of the others apply.
Got it. All of these substances that Ms. Jenkins was concerned about, are they regulated under MATCA?
That's correct. And PCBs are also regulated under TSCA, which is a federal statute. And for disposal purposes, if you were to generate PCB impacted soil, then you're more looking at the federal regs, but for the cleanup, what comes off of the property, that's regulated under MATCA.
Okay. And so those would all be addressed through that MATCA process.
That's correct.
Did you also hear Ms. Jenkins' concern about methane gas on the property?
I did.
And is methane gas how would that be addressed if it were a concern on the property?
Well, it's not methane itself. It's not a regulated substance under MATCA. However, it does come up frequently when dealing with landfills. And so ecology does, and I have worked on sites on landfills specifically, where ecology will require the assessment and mitigation of methane if present above screening levels, which are set. I mean, there's, instead of being a concentration, it's more geared towards a percent of the air. So it could be the lower explosive limit of 5%, could be a screening level of 1.25%. I guess there are detections at 100 parts per million that also apply for various exposure threshold criteria, which ecology will regulate, even though it's not something that, you know, typically they get involved with.
Okay, so ecology would look at this issue. Is it also standard professional practice to look at this issue as part of, you know, construction prior to any construction taking place?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yes.
If there were an issue with methane on the property as a baseline condition prior to redevelopment, would you expect to see that condition improved as part of construction?
Yes. I think methane is only really relevant to the area which they have placed wood waste. So there's an area, kind of the north central portion of area 3. You know, other areas have, like in area 1, there's, you know, it's a log yard, so there's some bark in that mixed up with soil. But until you get a concentration of woody debris, it's not going to generate enough methane to cause any issues. I could see ecology saying, let's test around the perimeter of where the wood waste area is. It's a really simple test to look and see if it's being generated and it's transported laterally. Thing to keep in mind here is, you know, the water table is not particularly deep on this property, so methane can only travel laterally above the water table. So it's not going to, you know, if the water table is at 5 feet below ground surface, it's not going to go very far from that wood waste landfill. It'll be, you know, tens of feet, 20, 30 feet maybe, and that'll dissipate just because it's going to have a readily available transport pathway to get to the atmosphere and just dissipate. But other areas like planning area 1, it'll be looked at for building design because there's very simple engineered controls that can be implemented at the time and designed into the building to mitigate for it if necessary. But just see, you know, based on all the test pits have been done out there, I don't expect it to be an issue on planning area 1 or 2 for that matter. So it'd only be at that northernmost area of 3.
Ms. Jenkins also testified about PCBs and he commented on their mobility. Do you have experience with sites involving PCBs?
I do.
Are PCBs very mobile?
They are not. And by that I mean it. You know, they're in a oil-like substance, like, you know, they're dissolved in stuff called ascarol, but it's kind of like a mineral oil. And dissolved in that, it'll move with the oil, but only as far as the oil goes. And they don't, you know, they're just a compound that's known to be very stable in the environment. They are toxic, but they don't migrate great distances. It's not like benzene from gasoline that can form a plume that can migrate, you know, tens or hundreds of feet away from a source area. I don't know that I've ever had a PCB site where, you know, migration was more than 50, maybe 50, 75 feet from the point of release in groundwater. It's just, they don't move very far. And
Okay.
especially if they're in fine-grained soils, that'll really impede the movement of PCBs.
Is that the case on this property?
Well, there are layers of sand or silty sand and then shallow overbank deposits, but, you know, you don't have a real clean gravel, and that would be, and with high velocity of water flow, that's the only condition you really have where you'd have PCB migration any appreciable distance.
Okay. And I'd actually like to talk a little bit more about the aquifers that Ms. Jenkins referred to in her testimony. Again, just wanted to clarify what it is we're talking about when we look at aquifers on the property and around the property for that matter. I'm going to pull up an exhibit to try to help us through this conversation. So this is exhibit C2 Appendix B. And so we'll come back to this, but you should be able to see figure 3 on the screen, and it's very zoomed out at this point, but it's got a bunch of boring locations. I'd actually like to look at figure 7 first, which is at PDF page 119. So Cliff, can you explain what the figure at page 119 is for us, please? And let me know if you need me to zoom in on any part of this.
Actually, it'd be helpful just leaving it as is.
Okay.
So this is a cross section, which is basically a slice down through the earth, and you're looking at the slice of the earth. There's a scale at the bottom, horizontal distance. Looks like it's starting at Toka Creek and then working back to the east southeast. The different colors represent either a water bearing zone that produces a lot of water, or it's the type of soil that's present. So the brown is, there should be, I can't see it because it's underneath my video here.
It says low permeability flow barrier is the tan shading.
Yeah, so that just means it's silts and clays generally that will not readily transmit groundwater, and not in appreciable quantities. Like if you were to put a well into it, you'd have a pretty dry well real quickly if you were to pump it.
Okay.
And then there's, on the left-hand side, there's a vertical scale.
So we haven't heard any testimony about drinking water issues at this point, but to clarify, what we're talking about in terms of different aquifers and what that means, can you explain where, a drinking water aquifer would be versus a shallow aquifer or some other type of aquifer?
Yeah, aquifer just means a water-bearing soil. So it's not specific to whether that's sufficiently water-bearing to provide drinking water for residents or for a city in this case. So here there are two wells, TW6 and 8 are production wells from the city. So that's test well 6 and test well 8. And those, if you'll notice towards the bottom of the page, across what is labeled deep aquifer, those are there's a second line, and that's the screen interval. So that's where the pipe that forms the well is perforated and allows water in. So TW6 and TW8 production wells are producing water from an elevation of minus 120 feet. So that's below sea level, 120 feet, compared to the elevation of the Snoqualmie Mill property, which is around 420 feet.
Okay. And so the deep aquifer, that's the aquifer that if there's going to be drinking water drawn from it, that's where it's coming from, not the shallow aquifer, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'd like to go, so keeping this in mind, let's go back to the figure that we started on there at page 115. And I'll try to zoom in for you, but I want to place that cross section on this map so that we can understand what it is we're looking at. You mentioned TW8, and I'm going to zoom way in again here. But I'm seeing it up here. Can you see my cursor kind of circling TW8?
I do.
Okay. So can you explain for us, kind of just to get us oriented, where that cross section would have come from in relation to the property, the Snoqualmie Mill property?
So the Snoqualmie Mill property is outlined in that kind of rust type color, at least on my screen. to the south and southeast. So I don't see a horizontal scale here, but that's hundreds, if not 1,000 feet away from where TW6 is located. And it's even further away from where TW8 is located. Now, those wells aren't directly on that line of cross section, they're transposed onto it. But because these deposits out there are fairly flat lying, it doesn't change, even if the line was to be moved over through 6 and 8, it doesn't change where the depth of that water bearing zone would be that's used for
Okay.
drinking water supply.
And let's go back then. So so what we're talking about is pretty far to the north up here then.
That's correct.
Okay. And, in this area to the north, specifically on the property, are there any, we've talked about this, but any concerns about releases of contaminants in that area?
No, there's a large area which is wetlands or wetland buffers that are they're in a natural state, so there's not been releases to those.
Okay.
So not only is it distant from the property boundary, it's distant from any uses of the property when it was operating as a mill, even further distant.
Okay. And let's go then back to the figure we were looking at. I don't think this is it. Hang on. So I'm back at page 119. We were just looking at the figure on page 115 a minute ago. So looking at this, we talked about the low permeability flow barrier deposits here, the ones that are shaded in tan. What does it mean to be low permeability in terms of contaminants being able to make it through that surface?
Well, permeability is a term used to indicate the ability of water to move through that material. In this case, so by low, it just means the movement of water through it is very restricted. It's too tight. It's the interconnections between individual clay particles and silt particles is so poor that water does not readily move through them. We call it an aquitude or aquiclude or aquitard. And these would probably be more towards the aquiclude, which means water's just not moving vertically downward through that, but rather laterally.
So we have, two of these aquitards that you just mentioned. How thick is that top one?
It appears to be more than 200 feet thick.
And how about the second deeper one?
Just less than 100.
Okay. And so you mentioned that it's very difficult for water to move through those layers. Does that also mean that contamination would have a hard time moving through those layers?
Yeah, almost all contaminants move at a rate less than the speed of water, especially things like diesel and oil. We use the term retarded. It's not moving at the speed of water, it's moving at a fraction of the speed of water. And then things like PCBs are a fraction of that fraction. I mean, they're going to move, literally feet, and that will be it. So to have a layer that is, 200 feet, which is like a 20-story building thick, you're just not going to get contamination to move through that. The types of contamination, especially that we have known or suspected at the facility.
And have you looked at groundwater samples from the deep aquifer before, Cliff?
I have.
Have you seen any indication that any contamination has made it into that deep aquifer?
Yeah, there were samples collected as they have to be as part of certifying those wells as production wells. And those analysis included a wide range of contaminants, metals, organic compounds, the volatile compounds we typically see, and there were no detections of any hazardous substances in the well water.
And just to be clear, you know, based on these layers of aquatards and where the groundwater is in relation to them, do you see, you know, any likelihood at all that contamination from the surface at planning areas 2 and 3, for example, would make it to a deep aquifer?
I do not.
Will the development that's proposed in planning area 1, will it change anything about these impermeable layers or where contamination is sitting in relation to them? And I guess to be more specific with my question, will it change anything about this divide that is shown in terms of an impermeable barrier preventing migration of contamination?
No, it will not.
We also heard some concerns from Ms. Jenkins about a lack of groundwater testing. And is it your understanding that there has been more than just, you know, say a year of groundwater testing on this property?
Well, at each of the areas where releases were confirmed to occur, I would not at each, at most, they had monitoring well networks comprised of 3 to maybe 10 wells or so, 9 or 10 wells. And they were all kind of monitored on different schedules and for different periods of time. But, you know, some of those were monitored for more than a dozen years, twice a year. So it's not correct to characterize this as just a 1 or 2 events of monitoring. There were years of monitoring performed at several of these areas.
And going forward, if ecology was concerned about groundwater contamination, whether shallow or anywhere else, would you expect that to be additional monitoring to be required as part of that MACA investigation and cleanup process?
That's correct.
Would anything about development in these areas, and you kind of addressed this before, but just to be very clear, would anything about development in these areas push contamination deeper into the aquifer somehow? Either one of the aquifers?
Well, it won't push it deeper because it won't get there to start with.
Okay.
There's nothing here that's going to be create a pathway for contamination to migrate to such great depths. That will not occur.
Okay. And I'd like to turn now to this is the same topic, but just another exhibit. This is exhibit C1. It's the FEIS, and I'm looking at a paragraph here on PDF page 173. That's highlighted. I will not make you read through all of this or bore you with my reading through it, but have you reviewed this paragraph? It's addressing this groundwater issue that we just talked about.
Yes, I have reviewed this.
Okay. And agree with the statements in the FEIS on this issue?
Yes, I do agree.
Okay. Thank you. And then there is a statement I'm going to share in Exhibit S1 that I just again wanted to clarify and respond to. Appellants had alleged in their appeal that due to the fact that adjacent contaminated areas, planning areas 2 and 3, are not separated or have not been demonstrated to be separate and discrete aquifer and geology, there exists a real possibility of toxic contaminants could enter the city's water supply when water is extracted through the well fields over time. Just again, to clarify based on the testimony that we just heard from you, is this an accurate statement?
Yes, it is accurate. I agree with it. In addition, I was reviewing the site hazard assessment yesterday, and Ecology made the same statement in the site hazard assessment. That they,
Well, so just to clarify, Cliff, because this would be a point of confusion, that appellants are saying there exists a real possibility of toxic contaminants could enter the city's water supply when water is extracted over time.
no.
Okay,
And I'm saying, no, there's no real possibility.
okay, got it. So,
Sorry.
a minute ago, you testified you agree with this statement. Was that a mistake in terms of misreading this?
It was. I inserted the word not
Okay.
after not a real possibility, and it wasn't there.
Okay,
So that's,
Okay.
I was agreeing with the exactly the opposite. So I do not agree with their statement.
okay.
I don't see any possibility.
Thank you. And I think that's consistent with what we just heard in your testimony, but thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
So Ms. Jenkins also testified about the speculation about migration of contaminants into the Snoqualmie River and Force Lake. Are those issues, again, exposure pathways that we talked about, are those going to be addressed as part of the MOTCA process if they are an issue of concern for ecology?
That's correct.
And with redevelopment of the property, we talked about some of the best management practices and everything that would happen with construction. Would you expect to see any new impacts in terms of contaminants moving toward the river or Borse Lake from redevelopment on this property?
No, because during the MOTCA process, any remedies that are proposed in the feasibility study stage or implemented, I mean, that will be specifically something that ecology will look at. So a remedy, meaning a cleanup action that may have the potential to cause or exacerbate conditions, will be eliminated from further consideration during that process.
Got it. So ecology would be looking at this, and the developer for that matter too, to make sure that there isn't contamination moving toward the river or Borse Lake as part of that development process.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins also discussed the cleanup standards may have changed between past remedial investigations and work performed under those and the current standards for cleaning up contamination or evaluating whether contamination is a MOTCA issue. How have the contamination standards changed, and would we be looking at current standards versus old standards in any process going forward?
No, the standards that ecology will consider are only the current standards. Although there is a provision in MOTCA that you can get grandfathered in, but it's just not relevant to the situation here. Generally, so for cleanups, for the hazardous substances present here, like diesel range organics have gone from 200 to 2,000 between 2001 and today. So they're actually getting less stringent. Same with oil, the same applies 2,000 to 200 to 2,000. Arsenic concentrations in groundwater have very recently gone up to 8.3, I believe is the new number. There have been a few hazardous substances that cleanup levels have gone down, but I don't think any of those have been detected on this property, and they have been tested for.
But any sort of investigations going forward, those are going to comply with current standards, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then we also heard testimony from Ms. Jenkins about wood waste, specifically in planning area 1. And and needing to remove or evaluate wood waste fill. Is there any wood waste fill in planning area 1 to your knowledge?
Well, there's wood debris present, but it's not as fill material, meaning it wasn't like placed there to bring up the land surface. It's just got mixed in due to its use as a log yard.
And based on the uses that are proposed for planning area 1, is it your understanding that any of the buildings in planning area 1 would be located in areas where some of that wood waste is? Again, not fill, but just wood waste generally.
Well, wherever the log yard, the boundaries of the log yard include the area where the buildings are. But there's not like a concentration of wood waste in soil in those areas. So it would just be, present, and they'll have to design around it for geotechnical reasons, but it won't cause any actions under MODCA.
Okay. And Ms. Jenkins also testified about there being 10 test pits in the site investigations for planning area 1. Is that accurate?
No, we only did 9 test pits.
Okay. And that's, I'd actually like to go to an exhibit to help us through this one.
I want to clarify that a little bit. I mean,
Sure.
Farallon did 9. Associated Earth Sciences did probably another, maybe up to 15 prior to us, and they logged all those and made notes of, anything unusual in them. So there's a number of test pits, but we only did 9.
Okay. And let me see, so this is, I am looking at a figure from Exhibit C1 Appendix B, and I'm on PDF page 8. This is the summary of the investigations that Farallon did and a figure showing locations. So can you explain for us, Cliff, what the TP means? Is that test pit?
It is, yes. And they're shown
Okay.
as a square, but they're actually long and rectangular.
Was the selection of the location of these just a dartboard approach, as Ms. Jenkins had commented?
It was not.
How did you go about selecting the locations of these test pits?
Well, specific to the test pits, we wanted to have a wide geographic distribution of those. And because the use was, fairly uniform as a log yard, we just wanted to make sure that we didn't just concentrate them in a specific area, but distributed them across areas that were accessible and would provide a good, general overview of subsurface conditions across planning area 1.
And how about there's these marks for MW 1, 2, 3. Are those monitoring wells?
They are.
And so that's groundwater monitoring?
That's correct. But we also we logged those holes, and we also collected soil samples from those holes.
Okay. What was the process in terms of determining where to place these monitoring wells? Is it similar to the test pits?
I would say it's a bit more directed in that for example, in the southeast corner, monitoring well 2 and 2S were drilled in very close proximity to where the plywood plant was on planning area 3. So we were specifically looking for, are there groundwater impacts that may be coming onto planning area 1 from planning area 3? The same applies for wells 5S and 5. They were to look at, is there anything that may be in the wood debris fill area that could be coming onto planning area 1? And likewise, MW1, MW6, and 3. Those are all what is coming onto or leaving, depending on groundwater flow direction, planning area 1.
Okay, looking for and evaluating that.
That's correct.
Okay, and we'll get to your conclusions on that in just a moment. But just to clarify on planning area 1, we've heard the site as a whole characterized as a brownfield, and this is a brownfield redevelopment. With respect to planning area 1, is it really a brownfield? We've done these investigations, but has there ever really been a concern about contamination on that portion of the property?
No, I think, even going back to the Weyerhaeuser days, I mean, they had history on it. They knew it was a log yard, and that is probably why I've not seen that they did assessments out there, because they had no reason to suspect there were issues in what later became planning area 1. Keep in mind that, that term didn't exist at the time that Weyerhaeuser was doing their work. They saw no reason to go out there and do wells or test pits.
And so let's look then at the same, so actually we're going to use the same exhibit. So we're still looking at C1 Appendix B. But I'd like to look at PDF pages 6 and 7. Is that for you? So, and I'm looking at your conclusion section. Did you answer the question in the site investigation as to whether there's contamination coming from planning area 2 or 3 to planning area 1?
In those wells and soil sampling was collected adjacent to those features on 2, really it's area 3, because area 2 does not abut planning area 1.
And so you say here the subsurface investigation achieved the stated objectives of assessing whether soil or groundwater in planning area 1 has been impacted by historical fill material placed in planning area 1. Oh, excuse me, by releases from historical activities conducted in planning area 2 or 3.
Correct.
So you've evaluated all these things, and from your conclusion here, it says you've achieved that objective. Do you stand by that?
Yes.
Okay. And we have a couple paragraphs that follow that explain specifically looking at, soil and groundwater. Have you reviewed these sections of this summary?
I have.
And do you stand by your conclusions in those sections of the summary?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Did you hear Ms. Jenkins testify and compare this property to a landfill site?
I did, yes.
Is this at all comparable in terms to a landfill in terms of the investigation and how one might go about investigating the property under MACA?
Yeah, I mean, based on my experience at landfill sites versus, this is more of what I would call a greenfield site. It's apples to oranges. You don't assess them the same way. And so it was not a relevant comparison.
And then this is not an exhibit, but it is just a section of the Washington Administrative Code that I pulled up. It's 197.11.250. And we heard Ms. Jenkins testify about regulations, the WACs that address both MACA and SEPA integration. Have you reviewed these WACs before? Have you taken a look at them?
I have.
So do these WACs apply to land use decisions, or do they apply to MACA actions such as like a remedial investigation or a cleanup plan?
Just to MACA actions.
And specifically, I wanted to look at, just to call out for the record here, subsection 3 of this WAC that talks about how this section, WAC 197.11.253 through 268, apply to remedial actions and conducted by the Department of Ecology or a potentially liable person under an agreed order, et cetera, et cetera. So this is referring to MACA actions, not a land use decision such as a PCI plan approval.
Correct.
So Cliff and Miss Examiner, we're getting close to the end of this, but I'm also at a good point to take a break. If Cliff maybe needs to take a break and get some water, would it be okay to just take a 5-minute break at this time?
I think a 5-minute break is in order.
Okay,
So let's look, it says 10:34, but let's just round up and say we'll be back at 10:40.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's pause recording. We're back after a quick break. We are going to return to the direct examination of Mr. Schmidt.
Okay. I am back. Are we already on the record?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So Cliff, I'd like to turn now to some issues that were addressed in Mr. Jack's testimony, Richard Jack. And to start, I'm going to pull up another exhibit for you. Okay, so this is exhibit C1, Appendix A to the final EIS. It's that compilation of comment letters again. And we're going to be looking at a letter that's at pages 137 through 42. So PDF page 137 is where we're starting. I'd like to note, just for the record, the author of this document is Jim Chan at King County. And there's a couple sections in here that I'd like to address with you. The first is on PDF page 142, section 5E. Mr. Jack had testified that he drafted or helped draft these sections of this letter. And he starts off commenting that identifies that there's no industrial activities happened in planning area 1 and it was used for log storage. Does not discuss if there were treated logs or if pentachlorophenol and creosote may have been released in planning area 1. Is there any evidence of creosote or pentachlorophenol being used in planning area 1?
There is not. And we were looking for, when we were doing our test bits, we were looking for any dimensional timber that could have been treated with pentachlorophenol and saw none. And creosote, it was not used. Well, it wasn't, there was no treatment by creosote on this facility. And that would be very obvious if that type of wood treatment was occurring, because it just requires a very large footprint and infrastructure to support that type of treatment. And so we don't have any evidence that that ever occurred on the mill facility.
Would you expect to see a creosote treatment area show up on, say, an aerial photo or site maps?
Oh yeah, or maybe from space. I mean, when you're treating with creosote, you're gonna, and I've done a number of these types of facilities, including a Weyerhaeuser facility in Arkansas. It's a big industrial activity. You'll have very large tanks associated with that, above ground tanks, not below ground. There'll be retorts. There's going to be a drip pad. There'll be storage, and it's going to cover many acres of land. And I've seen nothing that suggests that creosoting was ever a treatment process on this property.
And turning back to this page in the exhibit, the last sentence mentions concerns about it being clear that the soils are clean enough for residential uses. Is there any evidence of a release of contamination in planning area 1 that would be a risk to residential uses?
There is not.
And then going down the page a little bit here, looking at this highlighted sentence at the bottom of the page, the county would like to see more information on the risk from contaminants under the plan and how redevelopment reduces exposures and ultimately remedies historic contamination. It's a pretty broad statement, but can you explain to us, the big picture, how is it that redevelopment is going to facilitate and remedy that historic contamination in planning areas 2 and 3?
Well, there's a couple of things, first, in order to go out there and do further assessment to see what may need to be remediated, you need money to do that. So the development of planning area 1 would provide that funding source to keep moving to other areas of the property during in advance of future development in order to do further characterization, see what cleanup needs to be done there. So that's first. And then second, all of the further characterization and cleanup actions will be under the MODCA process. And so we need to, at the time Ecology can staff this project, be able to support that identification of data gaps, identify what actions will be performed in order to further characterize the property at planning areas 2 and 3. And then as remedial activities are necessary, more likely than not, they will be done in conjunction with future development activities in those areas of the property. And that's how these projects typically get done. You need a funding source, and then you need to be finishing the characterization in time to do the cleanup as part of redevelopment.
And the cleanup in that process, that investigation and cleanup, that would happen really before redevelopment of, say, putting in buildings, for example. Is that right?
Well, or in conjunction with, if you're doing excavations for building foundations, then you would remove any additional contaminated soil as part of that excavation activity. So if you have to dig another 2 feet, you just do that at that time, put in structural backfill and go ahead and build the building. You would probably minimize any future actions that would be necessary after the building was put in. Just gets more expensive. It's not, it's not in keeping with the use of the land post-construction to be out there doing any more, excavation work or in situ cleanup. So it's better to do it at the time of development and not have anything drag on till later.
So then looking at PDF page 143, this is comment 5G in this letter. There was also a comment on the discussion of implications of the costs and benefits of remedial actions being disconnected from the discussion of benefits of development in planning area 1. And I think you just addressed this, but I wanted to just clarify it. Do you agree? Are these two concepts of redevelopment in planning area 1 and remedial actions in planning areas 2 and 3, are they disconnected or are they tied together?
Well, they're connected only in that the development of planning area 1 provides the funding to continue to the work that will need to be done in planning areas 2 and 3. As far as, are there other interconnections of doing assessment or cleanup actions in areas that are, quite widely apart from each other, distance geographically? No, there's no need to have them interconnected, nor would they be.
Okay, and that's a really good clarification, because I think there's 2 issues that I want to make sure we're addressing. That there's the funding issue that you hit on, which I understood you to say, yes, that is connected in terms of providing funding to clean up 2 and 3. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the other separate issue from that is, are these, connected in terms of migration of contamination or cleaning up one ahead of the other? And if I understand correctly, your testimony is that they're separate in that regard, that these are distinct areas on the property. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure that that was clear. So there's a couple things then I want to turn to in Exhibit C1. So let me share this with you. This is Exhibit C1 at PDF page 172. So there's a couple things highlighted in here, and they just relate back to what we were talking about in terms of the comments in that letter from King County and your testimony, Cliff. So there's a section here highlighted regarding the comment that was received about wood preservatives, and then responding to that comment. Do you see that in this document?
I do.
And is this response in the FEIS consistent with your understanding of creosote or the pentachlorophenol dip tanks that are in planning area 3?
Yeah, I don't think we even considered the possibility of creosote before this recent testimony, just because that's an industrial activity all in itself, and there was no evidence of it. But it's specific to pentachlorophenol. Yeah, the dip tanks they were small features. My understanding used to try to treat, I don't know if you've ever seen them, the wooden gutters, that they carve, a piece of wood into a gutter shape, and they were going to treat that and then see if it held up better for an alternative of metal gutters. So that's the size of that operation. It was just a kind of a test to see if that was economically viable, and it evidently was not. So they never really scaled up.
And all of that was in planning area 3, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Then looking at, this is going to be Exhibit S19. And Ms. Examiner, I know that there's a proposed redacted version of this going around for the time being. I'm going to use the unredacted since that hasn't been confirmed. But acknowledging that. And these highlights are mine, again, just to direct us, Cliff. So there's a section here that talks about a summary of the site investigation. It's not a formal report, request to see the formal report. We've talked about the summary investigation and the formal report already, but is that something that once it's provided to ecology in whatever format they requested in, that will be publicly available?
That's correct.
Okay. So if the county wanted to see it at that point, once there is a report to share, they would be able to see that.
Yes.
And then there's a comment in here regarding, I've just highlighted down the side of it, regarding the soil remediation and the landfill capacity for any soil remediation. Would you expect, and again, that the actual cleanup action is going to be down the road, of course, but would you expect soil removal to exceed landfill capacity, down the road?
Just to be clear, we're talking about landfills, other permitted landfills in the region, meaning like Washington.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Anywhere
Make sure
that
So, no, I mean, the amount of soil removed from all these remedial actions has been, I would call it a moderate amount, probably between 20 and 30,000 tons or even yards. I'm gearing up to do an excavation. It'll probably be first quarter next year and it's going to generate 160,000. And I've done several of that size in the last 4 or 5 years, and none of those have exceeded. I mean, capacity is millions and millions of cubic yards, but it's also, you know, can they take it in a time period which it's being generated? In all cases, no, that the capacity is far exceeds what this project will generate.
And that would all be evaluated, you know, as this goes on in terms of when a cleanup action plan is put together. Okay, is that?
Yeah, even earlier, it'll be in a feasibility study time period. There'll be soil volume estimates and disposal options pretty early on in the process.
Okay. And so that's a conversation that you would have with ecology as part of that feasibility study process to say, is this even an option? Can the landfills handle this capacity? And if not, you know, what are the other ways to address it? Is that accurate?
Yeah, and it'll be about a 10-second conversation because yes, they can accommodate this amount of soil.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to go down then to page 8 of this same exhibit. There's a fairly lengthy section in here that I will summarize for you in terms of a comment that, again, I think the county was concerned about how the relationship between development on planning areas 1 and 2 and 3. And we've talked about that in terms of how it facilitates redevelopment. Is this phasing that is proposed in terms of remediating 2 and 3 after redevelopment, or, you know, in conjunction with redevelopment, is that a common approach to doing redevelopments of this size and also addressing cleanup issues as part of those?
Yes, it is.
Is there a way under MOTCA for a current operator, owner of a property to simply walk away from liability for a cleanup under MOTCA?
There is not. Again, I'm answering that as a hydrogeologist, not an attorney, but
in your experience, yes.
No, I've not had any clients walk away from their liability on cleanup projects.
So in terms of a concern that, you know, planning area 1 would get redeveloped and then remediation would just simply be walked away from in planning areas 2 and 3, in your experience, would that happen?
No.
So Mr. Richard also provided some testimony speculating about how activities in planning areas 2 and 3 would impact planning area 1. And I think to paraphrase, his concern was about contamination from 2 and 3 somehow spreading into planning area 1 after it's redeveloped. Is there any, you know, basis for that, his concern? Is there any indication that contaminants would migrate from 2 and 3 into planning area 1 after it's redeveloped?
No, it's not even doing it at this point under natural conditions. In the future, I mean, recontamination, or in this case, initial contamination from one area to another is, I mean, that's a topic that ecology will definitely want to have considered, and if it's a possibility, to mitigate. So I just don't see that as really a legitimate concern, because even things like future excavations in 2 and 3, if necessary, I mean, they're not even gonna, you'd probably end up, well, you wouldn't haul those across planning area 1 and create any potential for contamination. So no, I don't think this is a legitimate concern.
Okay. And the best management practices, safety plans, you know, all of those construction measures that we talked about, those would apply in planning areas 2 and 3, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Keep in
And
mind, these are small and discrete areas. It's not like you would go out there and do a whole scale excavation of either planning area 2 or 3. So they're going to be, you know, if necessary, limited excavations in those areas distant from planning area 1.
Okay. And just to clarify on the record, if I have slipped up a couple of times, I apologize. But when I say Mr. Richard, I mean Mr. Jack, and it's no disrespect to him. I think I flipped that maybe a couple of times. So I'd like to talk a little bit now about Ms. Cook's testimony, and Dr. Cook is the title that I will refer to her as. She testified about a couple of issues that were brought up in her letter attached to the notice of appeal. So I wanted to bring that up as a guide for us. So this is, I'm looking at Exhibit S1, the Notice of Appeal. This is Attachment 1, and it's PDF pages 18 through 27 is her letter, and I'll try to refer to the specific page we're on as we go through it. So scrolling down here, Dr. Cook raised a couple of issues in her testimony and in this letter. The first one being the omission of Borst Lake, which is also referred to as Mill Pond when considering development. And I wanted to turn actually for just a second to Exhibit C1, which is the FEIS. And I'm actually we're going to come back to this because I'm having just a bit of a problem getting it to pull up on my screen. So I don't want to delay us here. But the consideration of Borst Lake and Mill Pond and all of this, is it true that that hasn't been considered? Or let me rephrase it a different way. Has Mill Pond and Borst Lake, it's not been considered as part of this FEIS process in terms of it being part of a MOTCA cleanup process and evaluated as part of that process?
Well, ecology will view it as part of the site, and the site is irrespective of property boundaries. So it will go through the MOTCA process really at the same time as 2 and 3. And 2 is it's not really that relevant to Borst Lake, if that was what that reference was to, or the Mill Pond. But 3 adjoins it, and certainly ecology will not view those as separate. They will view this as an overall facility with different owners, and they will look at it as a whole.
Okay. And so if there are, if ecology feels that there are potential exposure pathways or, ways for contamination to move from the property into Mill Pond, would that all be addressed in part of this MOTCA investigation cleanup process?
Yes, even, what conditions are today and what conditions are in the future will be addressed.
And in terms of conditions in the future, again, I hate to sound so repetitive with this, but if there's changes like work done, for example, construction work done in planning area 1, would all of the best management practices, construction practices that we've talked about, would that prevent any, new movement of contamination, a different movement of contamination to Borst Lake?
But you said planning area 1, there's not a real connection there. Number one, we don't have any contamination. If contamination is present and later found, Yeah, ecology, that will be part of that environmental media management plan. Is you don't want to exacerbate conditions, nor cause the migration and contamination. So that is a contingency that will be looked at.
Thank you. And that's a very good clarification. So kind of first part of that is that there is no contamination in planning area 1. Second part, to the extent that there is, or is it's discovered along the way, that it would be addressed so that it's not migrating anywhere. Is that a correct summary?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And future development in planning areas 2 and 3, it sounds like you testified to this, and I'll clarify, but that would also be looking at this issue to make sure that changes to the property would not be changing migration or increasing contamination to Bourse Lake, Mill Pond. Is that accurate?
It is.
Another issue that Dr. Cook's testimony also raised was this idea of construction causing impacts. And we've touched on this already because Ms. Jenkins had some similar testimony, but again, just to be clear, responding to that, it sounds like the best management practices, safety, all of that we've discussed, that addresses that concern. Is that right?
That's correct.
Dr. Cook also raised concern with respect to migration of contamination to the Snoqualmie River and or the wetlands that are on or around the property. And again, we talked about this a little bit in response to Ms. Jenkins' testimony, but will development on the site add any additional contamination or cause an increase in migration of contamination to wetlands on the property or around the property?
And you're saying the site, meaning planning areas 2 and 3 and perhaps 1.
Correct. Yeah, the Snoqualmie Mill property. Thank you.
Okay. No, you would want to identify any actions that could potentially cause exacerbation conditions elsewhere, and you would mitigate those as prior to even doing a construction project. For example, dust suppression, erosion control, stormwater best management practices. All of those would be dealt with up front before any construction activity occurred.
So I'd like to talk a little bit about those best management practices. So, in terms of when a construction project like this is taken on, if they're going to be moving dirt, for example, to grade the property, what does it look like to consider surface water flow and mitigate against like movement of contaminants for surface water? Can you kind of explain how that would come about in best management practices and what that might look like?
So, well, let's start with stormwater. That's one easily visualized. For the project in planning area 1, they will need to control stormwater from the construction zone so that it does not enter into other areas unless it meets specific criteria. And those will be things, typically like turbidity, pH, suspended solids, a bunch of just basic qualities of the water you don't want to degrade as they move from the construction project to elsewhere. So there likely will be a whole treatment train placed adjacent to the construction site that water, the rainwater that falls on the construction site, is collected will need to go through prior to discharge or infiltration, most likely discharge. So it will be designed and operated, and there will be samples collected to make sure that you meet discharge requirements. And sometimes I have projects where samples are collected every single day and analyzed. And So you have a data string that is every day of the project. The project goes on for a year. You have a year's worth of data to show that there wasn't degradation of stormwater prior to it being discharged off the construction site.
So between, ecology oversight on the MACA side of things, and then these best practices that are used for construction, is it accurate to say that, contaminants are not going to move an inch really without anybody first knowing about it and managing that process?
I think an inch might be a little bit too concise, but yeah, you don't want to cause there to be issues outside the construction zone. And, the city, certainly I'm sure, I'm maybe speculating a little bit, but due to all of their experiences on Snoqualmie Ridge, probably are pretty darn good at the oversight of construction projects for stormwater and dust. And here ecology would be actually the regulatory body charged with oversight of stormwater discharges. So you're going to have a well-oiled machine, no pun intended, that will be doing the oversight on this size of construction project. It's not like a single-family residence going up in the woods. This will be something that'll be visited often by inspectors and tested very often, and there will be plans in place to minimize and mitigate any outside the construction zone impacts. And keep in mind, again, planning area 1, we don't have evidence of release. So this is all hypothetical in that area.
Right. Okay. Dr. Cook also testified about a conversation that she had with Louise Vardy at the Department of Ecology before her comments on the DEIS, and then also again, it sounds like in February of 2022. And just, we heard kind of her summary of what she talked with Ms. Vardy about, but I wanted to clarify from the applicant's perspective. Has the applicant been in contact routinely with the Department of Ecology on this property or with respect to this site?
What do you mean by routinely? I mean, we've certainly been. Go ahead.
Sure. So over the last few years, have you been meeting with ecology, checking in with ecology, developing a plan for working with them on this property and addressing it under MOTCA?
Yes. And at this point, we're waiting on ecology to have the staffing available to proceed.
And when they have the staffing, or I guess even if they don't, what are kind of overview next steps in terms of moving this forward with ecology under MOTCA?
One thing will be to go into greater detail on the historical uses and what is currently known in areas where releases are suspected or known to have occurred. Another is this issue that I alluded to earlier is planning area 1 really part of the site, or is it just part of the property outside the area that contaminations come to be located? And so we would want to have discussions with ecology early on of, what evidence needs to be produced, and has the data that's been collected thus far sufficient to say that, based on what we now know, that area of the property is not within the site.
So you'd be working with ecology, closely going forward to evaluate these issues and make sure that they're signing off on decisions that are being made and all of that as part of that MOTCA process.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I want to just kind of emphasize one thing is that I expect this site will be regulated under an agreed order. It would make sense for a lot of reasons to do that. Once ecology has indicated that you're in negotiations for an agreed order, the day that happens, then any work performed at the property must be approved by ecology without exception. If you'd like to go out there and measure water levels, we have to get Department of Ecology's approval. So even though it takes a while to negotiate that agreed order, you essentially will have regulatory agency oversight from the day that they say they want to negotiate the agreed order, and that is written into the MARCA regulations.
Okay, thank you. So next, I'd like to look at a couple exhibits that have been admitted into the record as part of Dr. Cook's testimony. This first one is M14. These are, M14 is an email dated April 30th, 2021 from Kim Wooten at the Department of Ecology to a variety of people, but responding to an email from Monica Loney. Have you had a chance to review this email, Cliff?
I have.
Okay, and I just at the outset wanted to note for the record that one of the recipients on the email is Jim Chan, who was the author of that comment letter from King County. And down at the bottom of the first page, there's a sentence that I've highlighted that says, although the timeline for the SHA, which is the site hazard assessment, and EIS review for this site are similar, that is not usually the case. SEPA review occurs on sites in all stages of the cleanup process, including on sites like this one, where there is still uncertainty on the extent of contamination. Do you, in your experience working on sites that have both, SEPA and MACA processes, is this consistent with how those processes are managed together, that this statement in the email?
Yes, that has been my experience.
And then on the second page of this exhibit, I have a sentence highlighted that says, an approved EIS in no way changes the requirements for site cleanup under MACA for either the known areas of contamination or any additional areas of contamination identified in the future. Is that accurate in your experience?
That's correct.
And it goes on to say the intent of the EIS is to provide information about potential impacts to the environment. It is not a decision document, but instead provides information for agencies who will make permitting and other decisions about the site. Is that consistent with how you've seen environmental impact statement used?
It is consistent, yes.
And is it accurate that, at least with respect to the contamination issues that we've been talking about in your testimony, that ecology is going to be the agency that's making these permitting and other decisions along the way?
Well, some permitting ecology will be involved with, but not permitting, say, for a construction project.
Certainly, but
so
for any sort of MACA processes in terms of addressing, investigating, remediating contamination.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'd like to turn next to exhibit M15. This is an email. There's a chain of emails we'll talk about. The top thread is stated December 17th of 2021. So just before the end of the appeal period on this FEIS. And I'd like to go down to the original email, which is from Ms. Lacey Linney, dated December 13th. And she writes to the Department of Ecology and in there says, it seems there is reason for the DOE to block any progress on this development until additional steps in the process are completed, such as remedial investigation, a feasibility study, and a cleanup action plan. In your experience, does ecology get involved to block developments of projects?
It does not.
Is that the intent or purpose of the MACA process, is to block development?
Oh, and I've actually sat in a room on multiple occasions with Bob Warren, who probably is on this email string. Bob would be Louise Barty's boss. And he has said specifically to me that it's not ecology's intent to block developments in going through the MACA process on several sites. So I have specific experience on this matter, which is timely to this email.
And then coming up to the first page of Exhibit M15. So this is the response from an ecology staff person to Ms. Linney's email. There's a couple sentences that I've highlighted in here. The first is at the end of the first paragraph. It says ecology is not planning on filing an appeal of the final EIS. Is that consistent with what you know? They have not filed an appeal of this EIS.
Right, I didn't see an appeal from them, no.
And she writes on to say, instead, ecology will continue its role as a regulator and will work with the city and the developer to ensure required permits are attained and appropriate best management practices are included. Is that consistent with your experience of how you've worked with the Department of Ecology on sites similar to this before?
It is.
She comments this process is likely to take some time. Ecology has already had some initial conversations with the city and developer about the contamination and need for a full cleanup under the Model Toxics Control Act. Is that accurate in terms of your knowledge of conversations with Ecology on behalf of the developer?
Respect to the developer, yes. I've not been party to any with the city and Ecology.
And then she comments, as you saw in the response to comments, the need for cleanup has been acknowledged and cleanup will be integrated as part of the redevelopment. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And then lastly on this page, she goes on to say, to address these concerns, and she's referring to concerns about redevelopment and protecting human health and the environment. To address these concerns, we will work with the developer and the city to ensure required cleanup actions are taken and the project is permitted under our regulatory authority. Is that consistent with how you've seen Ecology manage sites similar to this one?
It is.
Is that what you anticipate will happen on this site going forward?
I do.
I have no further questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cliff.
You bet.
Mr. Schmidt, I'm going to inquire with the other attorneys as to whether we have cross-examination. I will go first to the city. Does the city have any questions for this witness?
I'm sorry, Ms. Examiner. The city has no questions for this witness.
Thank you for letting us know. It would then be time for appellant cross-examination. I assume Ms. Clengen does have questions for this witness.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I'd like to go refill my water glass before this starts.
Great. Let's take a quick break. We'll just do 3 or 4 quick minutes to fill our glasses. We can pause the recording and we'll start it again before any testimony begins. I mean, Ms. Clengen. Oh, okay.
Back.
Great. We're looking for Mr. Schmidt and Ms. Clengen. Thank you for the break, Mr. Schmidt. Please go ahead. Ms. Clengen.
How's Lake Chelan? Looks pretty nice there.
It is lovely there, isn't it? Ms. Clengen, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good. I was about to say good afternoon, but we're still in good morning. Good morning, Mr. Schmidt.
Good morning.
Got a number of questions here. I'm going to try and organize them in a way that flows, but we might be jumping around a little bit here, so I apologize. All right. Okay, so regarding the known contamination on the site as a whole. At one point you said that there are already a number of studies and reports. Were any of those reports comprehensive site investigations, or were they particular to certain areas on the site?
Well, it depends how you define site. And so unfortunately, or fortunately, the prior reports refer to individual areas as a site. And then there's the property, and then there's, how ecology will likely view areas on the property as a whole as one site. So that definition becomes rather tricky because there were individual areas that were very well characterized. And in most cases, there were cleanup actions performed.
Okay.
So as to your question, were they comprehensively characterized? Yes, but that refers to an area of release and a contamination that came to be located from that area.
Okay. But would it be accurate to say that the investigations were not of the entire site, as we've defined it here, where in the site hazard assessment?
Well, it's been characterized from the standpoint of those areas where the releases, and especially those areas where there were cleanup actions later performed, they were characterized at that site.
But
Now,
site, I'm sorry, continue. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Let's use an example because it might be most helpful. So at the underground storage tank area, there were releases from various underground storage tanks. They were characterized out to their boundaries, and an excavation was performed. But the boundaries of that site, as Weyerhaeuser's consultant identified it, did not extend to another area of contamination. Therefore, that site was indeed characterized.
Okay, but would it be accurate to say there has not been a comprehensive investigation of the entire site for this EIS?
There have been areas that I would say have not been I'm saying sites in a localized area that I don't think we're fully characterized, but the term it appears that you're trying to use is have they gone out there and put wells and borings across the entire property? And no, you don't do that unless you have a history or an activity where there may have been a release. And typically you would start an investigation at the point of suspected release and work out from there until you get to areas that are clean, and thus you've then characterized that release. And as the consultants back in the 2005 timeframe were using the term, that site would then be characterized. Ecology will view it as the same going forward. I mean, they'll look and say, okay, we have, maybe they have questions about this UST area, were there sufficient compliance samples collected to really show that site, that point of release, had been characterized. And I could see in the future that would be something that would need to be done. Because it's an area of no release, they did cleanup actions. The question would be, were they sufficient to today's standards? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
I was trying to get at the fact that we do not have a comprehensive site investigation at this point. There have been past investigations of small sections of the site based on known releases, But as of right now, we do not have a comprehensive investigation of the entire sites consisting of planning area 1, 2, and 3. Is that accurate?
I really disagree with saying there needs to be a comprehensive investigation. Use your best historical knowledge, interviews, aerial photos, things of that nature to help design your investigations. There's an area that has no history of activities that may have resulted in a release. You wouldn't necessarily just go out there and start, putting in borings or wells to investigate that area. You have to have a reason to do it. And I think historically, the investigations that have been done out there have been done in the appropriate manner, and they had, readily identifiable features that you should investigate, like underground storage tanks, and that's what they did.
Okay, and on this site, there have been past releases, and there is a history of contamination, correct?
Yeah, again, I'm sorry to be a little picky about the word site. There have been many sites identified at this property.
Okay, well, let's just say moving forward, if I'm going to say site, I'm referring to planning area 1, 2, and 3 as defined for this EIS. And then if I'm
Okay.
referring to different areas, I'm going to use planning area 1 or planning area 2 or planning area 3.
Okay, but I would refer to that as a property. So
Okay.
the property as a whole, it would be easier for me if you would.
How about
refer
the
to
project
property.
area?
That'd be great. That'd be
Okay,
great.
okay,
Thank
great.
you.
We'll do project area.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay, and then regarding, there was some discussion about the site hazard assessment rank of number 1. And I believe you said you've worked on, so what was it, 17 or 18 sites that are rank 1. And approximately how many sites are on that list for this ranks 1 through 5?
Oh, 1 through 5 is over 13,000.
Okay. And you said approximately maybe 350 of those sites are rank 1.
Correct.
Okay. So we're talking percentage, rank 1 is still a relatively small percentage of contaminated sites. Is that accurate? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
It's by between about 4%.
Okay, so of the sites that have been identified as contaminated sites in Washington, approximately 4% of them are in the rank 1 as most.
Yeah, keep in mind that ranking, those sites that have been ranked, any that have been cleaned up have been delisted, and they no longer appear on that list. So that number is fluid.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't stretch all the way back to 1989.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I just want to clarify that at the present time, we have 350.
Mm-hmm.
And that number goes up and down over time.
Okay, but at the present time, this site would be within that 4% of most contaminated sites that have been identified to be contaminated, correct?
That's actually a bit of not really a correct way of stating it. It has the site hazard assessment does not deal with the concentration of contaminants on a property or the volume of contamination on the property. It's really looking at the risk associated with that site. So I used an example previously of a dry cleaner that's ranked number 1. It's in a parking lot at Seattle Pacific University. You know, the amount of contamination released there is very small, affects a relatively small area, but because of the way that ranking system works, it ranked a 1. You know, is there something that's a site that has, you know, an immediate threat to human health and the environment? Absolutely not. It's beneath the parking lot, next to a city street. But it has the same ranking as this site does. So to say that it's 1 and equate that with meaning it's horribly contaminated is not a correct interpretation of the site ranking system.
Okay. Did you say that? I just want to be clear. So developing on a site that is a rank 1 for a dry cleaning or a dry cleaner contamination, you're saying developing on that site would not pose a threat to the environmental health?
Oh, I did not say that.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to understand the comparison, why the dry cleaner, but I'll move on. Okay, there was some discussion about planning area 1 and that there was no evidence of tanks. Is that accurate? Did you say there was no evidence of tanks on the site?
Well, there was a comment made that there were tanks on planning area 1, or may have been tanks on planning area 1. And my response is I've seen nothing in the history that there are tanks. We saw no evidence of tanks, you know, like a fueling system located on that portion of the property. And really not, I mean, from a historical operation viewpoint, I don't see where there would be tanks there.
Okay. Is it possible there was planning area 1 had some housing, correct? Worker housing?
Correct.
Okay. And is it possible that those houses might have used oil in the past as a heat source, and there might have been above or underground oil tanks for as a heat source for those houses?
It is possible, but they also, I mean, you're at a lumber mill, you could use wood, especially back in the, you know, 20s, 30s, and 40s. So it is possible, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then I want to get into you said we were discussing the purpose of the investigation of planning area 1. And you suggested that it was basically to determine whether planning area 1 should be somehow removed from the Matka site. Is that accurate?
Well, whether it meets the definition of being part of the site.
Okay, so it was not in response to comments or requests about performing an investigation on planning area 1?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, and who?
There's a couple others. I mean, is there the potential for contamination on planning area 3 to come over onto planning area 1? But those were, I wouldn't say secondary, but they certainly were, you know, what other questions that we wanted to answer.
Okay, and what was the basis for wanting to remove planning area 1? Did you advise that, or was that requested?
But it's not so much.
Objection. I'm sorry, my camera is a little slow here. I just wanted to make sure that we're not veering into the territory of attorney-client privilege communications. So long as the question is not asking for attorney-client privilege information, you know, Cliff, you can answer that. But to the extent it gets into that territory, please do not answer. Subject to the hearing examiner's guidance and ruling on that as well.
Sure, let's let Ms. Clengen clarify the scope, what she's looking for.
I'm not looking for the contents of those discussions if that was attorney-client. I'm just asking what prompted the investigation of Planning Area 1. What was the reason for it? Who requested it? Was it ecology? Did you recommend it? Did the city request it? Did the applicant request it? That's what I'm looking for.
Well, ecology did not request it, nor did the city. I can say that for sure.
Okay,
Um,
I think that might answer my question.
okay.
Or if you can elaborate, if it's not the city and if it's not ecology,
Now,
who requested?
if I've answered your question, then that's fine.
Well, was it, did you recommend the investigation of Planning Area 1, or was it requested?
Requested by whom?
Was it requested? Well, I would like the whom, but if you can't tell me that, was it
Oh.
requested?
No, it was, there's no nefarious reason for wanting to perform that investigation. It was to answer a very basic question, and that is whether Planning Area 1 would be within the boundaries of the site that is known as Snoqualmie Mill. So it really was, is this an area that will be part of the site that a RIFS would be performed or future cleanup actions? We didn't see any reason based on historical research. And as I think that it was reported for the draft EIS, I mean, we looked at the history of the property, adjacent properties, and we just didn't see anything there that suggested there would be a release. So it was, well, I think that we probably recommended that, yeah, let's go out there and collect some data from specific areas, both soil and groundwater, and determine if there's evidence of release that's impacted that portion of the property.
Okay. So you discussed, removing it from the site, basically whether it should be part of the site hazard assessment, but to be clear, ecology did not request that, correct?
Correct. We're not so much removing it. It's just, should it be
Okay,
considered for inclusion would be the better way of saying it.
okay. And who makes the decision of whether it should be included?
That will be ecology's decision.
And to date, ecology has included that area, correct?
Well, ecology is in the site hazard assessment indicated that they would be the property, but they don't have this information because we aren't under an agreed order. We aren't, in a program to have them assign staff to have conversations with us on what's going to be the site and what are we going to do moving forward. And we have approached them on multiple occasions to say, we're ready to have those conversations when you are ready to have them. And once we do start those discussions, then that will be one of the topics that are discussed, is how are we going to define a site?
But in the summer of 2020, they did a site hazard assessment, and they have included Planning Area 1 in their site hazard assessment, correct?
Yes, it was considered.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned that, or you stated that the reason for it was not related to comments, but I just want to draw your attention. So this is going to be, this is the FEIS Appendix A, PDF page 34. Just going to share my screen here. Okay. So this is Department of Ecology comments on the draft EIS. Have you seen this letter? And I can go up to the top if you want to just see.
Yeah, actually, if you could like blow it up a little bit, it's pretty small on my screen.
Sorry, I have a large monitor, so it throws off the proportions, I think, when I do screen share. So.
I wish mine was larger. Sure, that'd be helpful.
Is that better?
It is, yes.
Okay. Okay. So have you reviewed this Department of Ecology comment?
Yeah, I would have quite some time ago.
Right. Okay.
Ms.
All
Clinton, please, what was the PDF page again?
So, I mean, I was going to a specific section of it, but the PDF starts at, and now I've scrolled too fast and it's, hold on. Screen share and scrolling don't really go hand in hand here. One moment. I was going to focus attention to PDF page 34.
Thank you.
I'm not able to see now where what the first page of the letter was. All right, I might have to stop and start again.
The analogy is if we were at an in-person hearing, all three tables would have giant binders and we'd have to figure out which binder, and then everybody has to flip to the page. So it's really the same amount of time. It's just a different process. At least that's my impression.
Oh my goodness. It is not loading. All right. I might have to close this out and try and open it again. Apologies. Okay, go back in. FEIS, Appendix A, page 34. Okay, now we got it. Let's try it again.
Thanks.
Okay. Are you able to see the letter? I probably have to blow it up again, sorry.
Yes, please, thank you. I can see it, I can't read it.
There we go. Okay, page 34.
Okay.
Okay. So you see we have language here. So the division of several planning areas does not preclude the need to conduct a comprehensive environmental investigation that includes environmental sampling of soil and groundwater, as well as surface water and sediment at the site. This type of investigation needs to be done on all the planning areas and the entire facility to document the environmental conditions. Right. So the planning, the soil, the samples, well, I guess we don't have the samples. We don't have the data on that, but planning area 1 was not in response to this comment. That your investigation on planning area 1 was not in response to Department of Ecology's comment.
No, I don't recall that it was in response to this.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess just while we're here, there was some discussion before about no known or suspected contamination in planning area 1. And then here we have ecology does not agree with the statements that there are no known or suspected contamination or contaminants in planning area 1. You know, they discuss there's a fair amount of fill. possible contaminants, got a floodplain that could easily spread contamination, log staging, could have been treated with okay, I'm probably gonna mispronounce this, but pentachlorophenol. Is that?
Yep, phenol or phenol, yep.
No, okay, all right. And then heavy metals, arsenic or copper. Also for the pentachlorophenol, is that related to creosote?
It is not.
Okay, okay. All right. Likely chemical treatments, glues for plywood, adjacent to planning area 1. So I understand that the plywood plant, I believe, is in planning area 2, correct? But
it's in 3, actually.
3, thank you. But planning area 1 contained storage for adjacent to this plywood, correct?
Well, no, to be clear, it had log storage.
Okay.
And the plywood mill was, even back then, the roadways to it went through 3. They didn't cross into 1. So it's kind of a separate facility, but located fairly close to the boundary with what later became planning area 1.
Okay. Okay, and then down here, once a comprehensive remedial investigation is complete, that characterizes the nature and extent of contamination at the site. If hazardous substances are found over the site, over state cleanup levels, a feasibility study needs to be developed to evaluate cleanup alternatives. So here is this discussion, my use of comprehensive investigation. So once a comprehensive remedial investigation is complete, just to be clear, that has not occurred, correct?
There needs to be further investigation of these known or suspected areas where contamination is come to be located. So I agree with that. That's a little, you go to each of those areas and you would investigate that area. I guess if you're using ecology's words, then that would go into a comprehensive report. But that's different than just go out there and pepper the entire property with borings and wells. That would not be an effective use of money or time to do further characterization. And then it does follow that after you gather that information, you find there's areas that exceed a cleanup level. And the feasibility study, likewise, with the remedial investigation, will focus on just those areas, be it 100 square feet or 1,000 square feet where there is contamination located. So there's still discrete areas maybe covered under a comprehensive report, but they're discrete areas that you're looking at.
Right. Okay. I understand that the report might contain a lot, analyses of different parts of the site, but they're still requesting a comprehensive remedial investigation. I just confirmed that has not been done. Correct?
Well, there's been a lot of investigations in discrete areas reported per that discrete area. It's
Okay.
not just been one report.
Have there been investigations in planning areas 2 and 3 following the issuance of the draft EIS?
There have not.
Okay. Okay. Okay, and now I want to talk a little bit about the investigation in planning area 1. And you said that, let's just talk about the summary nature of the report. So FEIS, the appendix, I believe it's C, correct, is that your summary of the investigation planning area 1. And you said that it's frequently you would use summaries in cases such as this. I just want to be clear. Are you saying that usually when you submit an investigation of a site, it is in the form of a summary?
Submit to who?
To an agency for an EIS or a decision-making document?
Yes, it's a summary. And it's very similar to what we did in a draft with planning areas 2 and 3. It's pretty consistent with what I've done before.
Okay, so it's your practice for when submitting a report for an EIS or a decision-making document, it is a summary and does not include the underlying data, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and does that change if it's a programmatic EIS or a project level EIS? Does that change your approach?
But my understanding of the differences, the two of those is too limited to make that distinction.
Okay. Okay. And if there were going to be a third-party review of the reports, would a third-party reviewer want to see the underlying data?
I didn't have a third-party reviewer asked to see it.
Okay.
So
Okay. If you were a third-party reviewer reviewing a report like this, would you request to see the underlying data to see the bases for their conclusions?
well, that's hypothetical because that's not a line of business that I do.
Okay, all right. Have you has an agency or decision maker ever requested the additional data that supports your summaries?
None has, I can say in the past 7 years. I don't recall on submittals prior to that.
Mhm.
But in all the ones I've recently worked on, no one has requested underlying data.
Okay. But to be clear, you do have the data, correct?
Sure.
And you have not shared that data with Department of Ecology, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you have not shared that data with the city,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay. Okay. And regarding the presence of naturally occurring concentrations of arsenic, there are arsenic levels that exceed cleanup level, or yes, arsenic that exceed cleanup levels in planning area 1, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is the basis that those are naturally occurring?
We looked at concentrations on the up gradient side. You remember the wells basically are around the perimeter of the property. So we looked at concentrations that are coming on the property from up gradient versus what was found at wells that were on a down gradient side. And the concentrations coming onto the property were higher than the concentrations leaving planning area 1. I'm sorry, I said the property, but it's all specific to planning area 1. And I just have a lot of experience with arsenic in groundwater, specifically naturally occurring arsenic in groundwater, and it fit the pattern both from a spatial standpoint, meaning there were higher concentrations coming on to planning area 1 than were leaving. We also looked at it from on a depth interval. So there were a couple of wells that were screened in the fill material itself solely. So they were very shallow wells. And then
Can you just allow, so a couple, how many wells?
couple, I believe there are 2.
2 wells, okay.
Screened,
And
if I can finish, which are screened in the fill material.
okay,
And the remaining wells have screen intervals that are largely or entirely in the native soils beneath the fill material because there wasn't water in the fill material. It was unsaturated.
okay,
Okay. So at those wells screened in fill material, concentrations of arsenic were very low, below any cleanup level. The concentrations of arsenic in groundwater in those wells that were in the native soils were elevated. So the source of the arsenic was water flowing through native soil, not water flowing through fill.
okay. Okay. Also, there was discussion regarding methane gas. And you mentioned that was not regulated under MATCA, but that there is a simple test for methane. Was that test conducted to your knowledge?
It was not.
Okay, and then we were in response to Jenkins' concern about lack of groundwater testing. You mentioned that there were 3 to 10 wells on the site, and how many of those were in planning area 1? Those groundwater monitoring ones.
Okay. There may have been a little confusion there about what I stated. I said at these various discrete areas, which prior consultants called sites, there were at most, not all, there were monitoring well networks. And those monitoring well networks may be as few as 3 wells, or they could be as many as maybe up to 8 or 10 at these discrete sites. And again, I'm being careful on the use of the word site. So this is a discrete area. And at some of those locations, they were monitored for years. So there was kind of a mischaracterization of, of the amount of work that had been done out there for groundwater characterization. It actually was quite a bit in a number of locations over a number of years. And then to answer your second question, there were 8 wells located on planning area 1.
Okay. For the discussion of the brownfield characterization, we've been referring to this as a brownfield, but you said that was more, called it more of a green field. Who makes the determination that a site is a brownfield site?
Well, it doesn't really have a regulatory context other than actually there's sometimes regulatory agencies will provide funding for what's called a brownfield site. US EPA termed that or coined that term a long time ago. And it was just in reference to, how were we going to get these underutilized contaminated properties back into productive use? So it's not something that drives different types of cleanup actions necessarily. It's more of a funding issue, if there's state funding or federal funding, to help assess and clean up these properties and get them back in productive use. The alternative to that is greenfields, and I don't know that EPA or anyone else ever really create a definition for that term, but it's one that we would use as a term of art in the industry. Is that's just a site or a property that's, you know, had relatively little use and is not contaminated and is going to be redeveloped or developed if it hasn't been developed in the past.
Okay, but to your knowledge, this site has been characterized as a brownfield, correct?
Well, it's, I've seen that in the, I don't know, it's the draft or the final, that term used. Well, that would be certainly a term that would apply to the area of planning areas 2 and 3. Yes. I think it'd be a misnomer to call planning area 1 a brownfield.
But planning area 1 is included in the project site and is considered part of the same project site under the site hazard assessment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was some discussion about, you know, whether somebody can sort of avoid cleaning up the site or walk away from a contaminated site. And you said that when we were talking about concerns about phasing and the way that this project has been phased, that if they start with planning area 1 and then, you know, then remediation might not occur on planning areas 2 and 3, and we'd be left with still a contaminated site. And you said you have never seen that happen. Is that an accurate characterization of your testimony?
On my projects, I have not had that happen.
Okay. So just to be clear, you've never had a project that has been altered partway through because of contamination or funding or just sort of changed circumstances?
No, well, that would mischaracterize what I've said.
Okay.
I've not had a phased redevelopment project start with a clean phase and then the developer walk away from subsequent phases of development of contaminated properties. I can't recall ever having had that circumstance on projects I have been involved with.
Have you been involved with any projects where the developer has sold the property partway through or gone bankrupt or it's changed ownership?
Yeah, the question would be, were they contaminated properties? Yeah, I've had properties that changed ownership before development commenced, and thus cleanup commenced. Again, I cannot recall any that, you know, really match the circumstances here, where you have a clear 3-phase development where one got done and the other 1 or 2 did not. That's just not been a situation that I personally experienced.
Okay. But see, if that hasn't occurred, do you know of other projects where that has occurred? Multi-phase projects where the later phases don't end up being built?
I don't recall any, but I mean, I haven't sat here and thought about it
Okay.
for a while.
Are you aware that that can and does occur?
Well, that could occur, maybe. I don't know about does.
Okay. When we were talking about the soil, the ability for landfills to take contaminated soil, and you said that based on the quantities you were, tell me if I'm mischaracterizing this, but it's relatively certain that it wouldn't be an issue for a landfill to take the amount of contaminated soil. How did you come up with your amount, derive the amount of the expected contaminated soil?
Well, I haven't come up with a specific estimate, but the consultants that were working with Weyerhaeuser and cleaning up these individual discrete sites, making sure that's clear, we're excavating in the order of tens to maybe 5,000 or 6,000 tons, or maybe perhaps it was yards of soil at these areas. And keeping in mind that these were mostly petroleum, and they were excavating to a standard of 200, or to their calculation of a site-specific cleanup standard. And they thought they were done excavating. So that suggests to me that what would be remaining, if anything, would be relatively small if it were cleaned up to today's standards, specifically like diesel and oil, that the concentrations of today's standards are 10 times what they formerly were. So if one of Weyerhaeuser's consultants removed 6,000 tons to get to 200, you wouldn't expect that there would be a lot more contamination exceeding 2,000 left out there, if any at all. So I did not estimate a specific volume. I just think it's probably going to be relatively small compared to what they've already excavated out there and removed as source material. And the excavations that I am currently involved with are generally on the scale of between 100,000 and 200,000 tons of soil. So a lot more soil. And if it's just petroleum impacted soil, we don't have any issue being able to generate that soil and have it disposed of at the rate which is being generated, which is very fast, because these are big projects that they're moving a lot of dirt. So I don't see that as being a realistic issue on this particular property.
Okay, but to clarify, there is not a comprehensive remedial investigation of planning area 2 and 3 to know the extent of current contamination on the site, or in planning areas 2 and 3, correct?
There were, at the individual areas, there was not an estimate done at each area of what may remain.
Okay. All right. moment. Are you aware of any MOTCA liable parties in Washington or elsewhere who have declared bankruptcy or otherwise become insolvent from remediating a site?
Well, I don't recall any of my clients going bankrupt. And there's another key consideration here is there.
I wasn't asking just your clients. I was asking generally. Are you?
Well, I wouldn't know unless it was a client of mine. I mean, I don't dive into, XYZ Corporation, why they go bankrupt and what do they do in a development as a result. So I mean, that's the only experience I have is what I know of.
Okay, so all of this is just based on your projects, not what might occur in the industry generally.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. And you mentioned that there should the site should probably be regulated under an agreed order. Is that accurate?
I said I expect that it will be done under an agreed order.
Okay, but there's no agreed order at this time.
There is not.
Okay. Have you worked on cleanup of any other mill sites in Washington?
Yes.
Which ones?
Worked on several in Port Angeles, including one that has a plywood mill, one that has the Rainier mill, a little work on Shawa, which used to be known as Crown Z. I've done work just providing technical support, not as project manager, for one in Shelton. Worked on, I can't remember what the name of the site is, but it's the major former log yard mill it's in the northeastern part of Yakima. There's probably some other ones.
Okay. All right, and is part of that work estimating the cost to remediate the site, or is that outside of your role?
No, and often that's a component of it. Yeah, okay. The component of the feasibility study is to generate engineering estimates of costs for each of the alternatives.
Okay. And what information is needed for a feasibility study?
Objection. Just to the extent that we're veering into the costs of the project, that's not part of the scope of the appeal or under SEPA a consideration in terms of economic impacts. So again, just objecting to the extent that that's where this testimony is headed.
That's accurate. We did, an earlier ruling did exclude cost issues from the scope of the appeal.
Okay. It would be related to some extent, the information, the burden to acquire information. So if it is costly to obtain the information is sort of an element of the analysis of how hard of a look you're supposed to take into the project. So I was just trying to get a sense for the cost and expense involved with understanding the extent of the impacts on the site.
And again, I'm not understanding the relevancy of the cost to what you're asking about. If you're asking about the process and the steps, again, the cost isn't relevant to that. Those steps and processes are the same regardless of what it costs to do them.
Okay. I'm trying to get a sense for what information is needed in order to even develop the remediation plan on the site.
Okay, and I do feel like that could be relevant, but it depends on where you go with your questions, I guess.
So what types of information are needed in order to develop the feasibility study?
That's entirely dependent upon what needs to be cleaned up.
Okay. And how do you determine what needs to be cleaned up?
Well, many of these discrete sites have had cleanup actions, so there would need to be confirmation samples to make sure that ecology agrees today that they're either clean to MACA standards or further cleanup actions would be necessary. So you need to do, identify data gaps and then conduct investigations to fulfill those data gaps, to address those data gaps.
Okay, and has that been done for this project?
No, I think I've answered several times. We've tried to engage with ecology and they're a little short-staffed, and when they're ready and available, then we'll start that engagement. And that would be one topic, data gaps, that we would be looking at to work through with them on what are the data gaps for the site and what are not.
Okay. So, you've mentioned ecology being short-staffed and sort of that is an issue here. But doesn't this project or in the analysis assumes remediation by ecology or overseen by ecology for this project, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has ecology requested information from the applicant about the site? Is ecology waiting on information from the applicant, or are you waiting on information from ecology? I'm trying to understand.
In order to do what? I'm failing to understand.
Oh, sorry. Okay. To your knowledge, has the Department of Ecology requested additional information about this site in order to proceed with the MACA process?
No, as stated a number of times, they're just waiting for the personnel to be able to be project managers to regulate this site. It's not that we need to provide information or that they've requested information. It's just they don't have the personnel to even make that request.
Okay, I think I covered that in the Department of Ecology letter. Have the wells that were installed as part of the investigation for Planning Area 1, have they been sampled regularly since their installation?
No, they were sampled after installation. I don't recall if they were sampled once or twice, because the shallow wells were installed at a later date than the deep wells. And I don't recall if that was a matter of weeks or months or what the time frame was. And there's not been a reason until ecology is engaged to continue to sample those wells.
Okay. Do you think it would be relevant for the city's assessment of environmental impacts to have that type of information?
Well, you need to ask the city, but we provided that summary information, and they did not make any requests for further data or any further testing or anything. So I believe they had sufficient information for them to do their job.
Okay. So you're assuming because the city didn't request the information that it was sufficient for them to make their analysis?
That's a reasonable conclusion to come to.
Okay. Separate from ecology and what information they might need, in your opinion, should an EIS for development of a contaminated site, does it make sense to have a thorough understanding of the contaminated areas?
Well, if the intent of the EIS process is to understand if the impacts the project will have on contamination. Here we have a lot of information on the environmental condition of the property. It's not, an unstudied piece of land. So there is a lot of information available, which was summarized and actually indicated by the appellant's experts as being well summarized for both planning areas 2 and 3, where that information existed, and then later for planning area 1, where it didn't exist at the time that the draft went in. It was later generated for other purposes that were helpful to the overall understanding of the property. So, the amount of information available is good for understanding what impacts the project may have on the environmental health of the area.
But we don't have any recent or updated information on the contamination for planning areas 2 and 3 since the FEIS, correct? You're relying on sort of more historical data reports.
Yeah, that's not at all unusual. I mean, these areas were assessed, in many cases cleaned up to standards that Weyerhaeuser considered were appropriate, 15 years ago. So, and there's not been industrial activities out there to cause, more contamination to come be located in those areas. So relying on that base level of information is appropriate.
Right, but ecology is going to require additional information than what is already available, correct? To remediate the site under MACA?
I expect that when ecology is engaged, that in some of those areas, and perhaps all of those areas, they will.
Okay.
But that's under the MODCA process, not the SEPA process.
Right, but wouldn't it be informative for the city to have the similar information about the extent of contamination on the site for their decision process?
I think you need to ask the city that.
Okay, so you're deferring to that the city has not requested it, therefore you believe it's adequate.
That's correct. And
Okay.
it was consistent with what I've done on other projects. So, it's not,
Have there
it's not
been-
unusual.
Have there been projects in the past where there's been a more updated or recent site investigation prior to the EIS?
I don't recall any. There might have been like groundwater levels collected, but there not like investigations, like a remedial investigation or something like that.
And how many of the projects have involved a project level EIS? Right.
That I've worked at,
Yes.
more than a dozen.
Okay. So are you saying that in the dozen of projects of contaminated sites and EISs, there was no investigation of the level of the extent of contamination prior to the decision by the agency?
Well, of the recent projects I'm currently working on, the EIS of the entire area was done some years back, before my involvement with those projects. And as projects come up for redevelopment, I provide summaries very similar to what was done for planning areas 2 and 3. And my understanding that those are compiled into an update or addendum, and that goes through a SEPA process of consideration, but I am not as involved in that actual consideration as I have been here. So I can't explain the mechanics of how that information is considered, and no one has come back to me and asked for further information. And this would be the EIS, which Vulcan produced for the whole South Lake Union area. So it's a broad area of many developments. And this is a process that's been in place there for longer than 7 years.
Mhm. Okay, let's go into the following up on, there's been an EIS and then, so you provided sub information after the issuance of the EIS?
When specific projects, so this would be very similar to like planning areas 2 and 3.
Mhm.
When those properties like planning area 2 and 3 have a development project, we provide supplemental information specific to that property as a summary. And that gets considered by, I expect it's the city. I goes through a similar hearing process, but I'm not involved in that in any detailed way. So I don't know. I just provide the information and no one has ever come back to me and said, give me the underlying data on any of these projects.
So the EIS is prepared to inform the city's land use decisions. Is that correct? Your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and this EIS, applies to the entire project, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
Well, it is specific to the PCI development in planning area 1, but considering the entire property.
mhm. But this EIS will be used to inform additional approvals development on the site, on the project site, correct?
Well, again, I assume so, but I would ask the city that.
Okay. But environmental review done at a later time, if we're assuming that there's going to be environmental review later, or additional information or things like that, wouldn't that be too late to inform the city's process now?
And again, I defer to the city.
Okay. Are you aware that SEPA requires decision makers to take a hard look at the environmental impacts of a project?
Aware. That's a nuance of what constitutes a hard look that I, as a geologist and hydrogeologist, don't feel comfortable in opining on.
That's fair.
And Ms. Examiner, just to put the objection on the record, if she was asking for legal conclusions, that's inappropriate of an expert. It sounds like Cliff testified to that extent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He answered that question, said he's not comfortable, so.
That's fair. Okay.
And I'll note Ms. Carey's objection.
Mm-hmm. I was just asking about his understanding of the requirements of SEPA and the information that needed to be provided. Okay. So is it your position that there will be additional environmental review during the later stages of the permitting process, and that some of that review can be deferred until then?
And again, I'm objecting to the extent that's asking for a legal conclusion about the legal requirements of a process. Cliff's an expert on the contamination issues, but to the extent we're asking for legal advice from him, that's inappropriate.
It does sound like you're asking him to opine on the requirements, the legal requirements of SEPA.
I'm just trying to get a sense of his understanding of the requirements of SEPA and then how that relates to the information that needs to be provided in order to analyze the impacts of the project.
Can you ask your question with different words?
At one point, you mentioned that you discussed that sometimes you go into a site and you find that there can be less contamination than you originally thought. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, have there ever been situations where you've gone in and you've discovered greater extent of contamination than originally thought?
Yes.
Okay. And how often does that happen?
Well, on a percentage basis,
Sure.
that would be hard.
Okay.
It is not infrequent
Okay.
to discover there's more than what you initially thought. It's an iterative process to characterize a site. So it does certainly happen.
Okay. I have a lot of notes. I'm trying to organize and cross things off here. Okay. 1 second.
Can I just ask, do you have an idea of how much longer you might be?
Probably
I'm
another.
just looking at the clock.
Yep, probably another 15 minutes, I think. Is that?
That's good. I think, Mr. Schmidt, is another 15 minutes okay with you?
Yeah, 15, but I would appreciate not going much beyond that or until the lunch break.
That's what I was thinking too. So if let's not go past the lunch, like let's not go past 1 o'clock for sure. Because other people also need lunch breaks.
Yes.
And if your remaining questions are going to go longer than that, we can break
Mhm.
now, or we can break in 15 minutes and return.
For a lunch break or a brief break?
Lunch break.
If people want a lunch break, we could do that, and then I could return and finish up.
You think you have about 15 minutes when we get back if we take a break now? Actually, if you think you have about 15 minutes, let's continue for 15 minutes so we can excuse the witness.
Okay. Okay, there was some discussion about the aquifers on the site. Is there a possibility of connection of one or both of the aquifers on the mill site with the river, with the Snoqualmie River?
Well, one or both. I want to make sure we're talking the same ones. So I view on the property, AESI referred to interflow. We call it a perched water bearing zone. So it's water that would be very shallow. And then there's a shallow aquifer, which is water that's, typically less than 50 feet deep below the ground surface, and maybe much less than that. So of those two water bearing zones, yes, ultimately they're going to discharge to surface water, somewhere above Snoqualmie Falls, be it to the Borsch Lake or to the Snoqualmie River. But with respect to the deeper water bearing zones, Toco Creek and the deep aquifer, no, they're too far separated. So I don't know which water bearing zones you were referring to.
I was referring to there was both deep and shallow aquifers on the site. I was referring to those.
Okay, my answer was specific to what was labeled on the figure we looked at earlier as shallow.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I guess by figure, I want to be clear, that's the cross section that we referred to for about 15 minutes.
All right. Okay, actually, I think we touched on a lot of them, so I think we could probably wrap up now. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clungeon. Ms. Carey, did you want to do any quick redirect before
Have
we
a
use your
brief-
witness?
Yeah, brief redirect, and it will be brief. So Cliff, first thing, we were shown a letter at Appendix A, page 34. Let me see if I can pull this up quickly for you. Okay. Go. This was the letter that Ms. Clungeon was referencing as a comment letter on the draft GIS from the Department of Ecology. And I'm specifically looking at page 33, and then it goes on to 34, where there's comments regarding the contamination issues on the property. And just looking at all of this, I'm going to summarize kind of what's on the page here for you, but there's comments regarding, you know, the overall site and its characteristics, groundwater, soil, all of that, the different uses in the past. Is everything in this letter, and you can take a minute to review if you need it, but is everything in this letter issues that would be addressed as part of the MOTCA process for the site? And by that, I mean the property as a whole, if that's what ecology determines the MOTCA site to be.
Well, the top bullet that starts ecology considers, that will certainly be a topic of what is the site and what is it, what are the boundaries of the site. And yes, planning areas are really irrelevant to investigation and cleanup of the site. It doesn't, property boundaries don't really matter. The next bullet, if the project is built, that's a legal requirement.
It is, and this is just talking about the responsibility staying with potentially liable persons, which I
Yeah,
agree.
And there's an important thing with respect to the questions before regarding, you know, what happens if a developer goes bankrupt, which I honestly, I can't think of any developer, thank God, that I had go bankrupt. But it's important to keep in mind here that this, in all likelihood, will be done under an agreed order, and the PLPs, the potential liable persons signing onto that agreed order, will be Snoqualmie Mill Ventures and Weyerhaeuser Company. If Snoqualmie Mill Ventures ceases to exist, Weyerhaeuser Company will be required to complete the work under the agreed order. The work will not stop. They will have to comply with all the requirements for the scope and the schedule for performing whatever scope is included in that agreed order. It's very important that this is not a start-stop type thing. Once the agreed order is signed, that's your timetable and that's your scope of work until completion.
Even absent an agreed order, I believe you testified earlier about the joint and several liability under MOTCA, that's just a requirement of MOTCA generally. Is that correct, based on your experience?
Based on my experience, yes.
And then they made a comment here, and I'll note that this was obviously before the investigation that you did on Planning Area 1. So they had some comments on Planning Area 1. Again, would those be addressed as part of the MOTCA process with ecology if they are still concerns that ecology has?
That's correct.
And then we heard some questioning regarding a comprehensive remedial investigation that's completed. So, and I appreciate your care with how site is being used, because there is a distinction there. In terms of the process, though, overall process going forward, if the Department of Ecology wants to see a remedial investigation, a comprehensive remedial investigation across this site, is that something that will be completed as part of that MOTCA process?
That's correct. And maybe there, I mean, at each of these areas where there's suspected or known contamination, there will be an RI performed for each of those areas. I guess in their totality, is that comprehensive? But it'll be comprehensive both on a discrete area and ultimately for the entire facility where contamination has come to be located.
And that determination about what is comprehensive enough to meet MOTCA's requirements in terms of investigation, that's something that ecology decides, correct?
Correct. And in MOTCA, there's not a remedial investigation and then a comprehensive remedial investigation. They're just It's just a remedial investigation. And that's specific to each and all locations where contamination has come to be located. If there's areas, if these are discrete and there's areas of clean soil and groundwater between them, then it's just, you've got a bunch of discrete remedial investigations being performed that overall the Department of Ecology will consider moving forward towards the point where you have clean closure. But it may be that some of these areas might have a further testing, maybe it's called a remedial investigation, and they're found not to be contaminated and are closed out, and they're not considered further during the regulatory process.
And in terms of the comprehensive nature of a remedial investigation, whether that's for smaller individual sites or a full larger site, if ecology views that there are data gaps after part of a remedial investigation has been performed, did they let the process move forward without the potentially liable parties addressing those data gaps and answering those questions?
They're required under agreed order to complete the RI. There'll be a timetable on that too. It will be 180 days or 360 days to complete the RI. So it'll be schedule driven. Now, ecology can give extensions, but they're generally extensions of 30 to 90 days, not of weeks or years or excuse me, years or decades. So it's, once the train has left the station, you're moving on it.
And the next stop, to continue your analogy on that train, in the next station would be a feasibility study, right? That's the next piece in that procedure.
Yeah, I would see that as likely overlapping with remedial investigation in some areas. So, but yes, it will be the next step in those areas that exceed cleanup levels. There need to be a feasibility study.
Okay. And just to clarify your testimony earlier on that piece, that the extent of soil contamination and whether soil contamination or contaminated soil removal is necessary and how much, is that something that's evaluated at that feasibility study stage once you have more data?
That's correct.
And then looking at this bullet point regarding at the bottom of the page on page 34, regarding construction and the risk of spreading contamination. I believe we've addressed that in your testimony, but just to confirm, that's what we were talking about in terms of, preventative measures such as best management practices, investigating soils ahead of time, all of that we've covered in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And the same thing down on this last bullet point in their comments regarding, we've discussed the hazardous waste training and protective certifications of workers, correct?
Yeah, just about. My video feed is over the top of that.
Oh, here, if I scroll, does that help?
Yeah. Yep.
There you go.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I did want to ask you briefly about underground storage tanks, USTs. So to the extent that an underground storage tank for heating oil were to be discovered as part of, site preparation or even construction activities down the road in planning area 1, is that something that sometimes happens in redevelopment, that you discover a UST, especially for heating oil along the way that maybe we didn't know was there before?
Yes.
And how is that typically handled? Is it a big deal?
No, because you have a plan. You'll definitely have a plan specific to USTs. Who to call, what to do, segregation of soil. Actually, first you cordon off the area until you have the tank properly decommissioned. The tank will be pulled. You do soil sampling around and below the tank. That soil will be handled in a separate waste stream, so it'll go off to be segregated, and then you go to a landfill and get with soil analytic results that you ask them for acceptance of that waste stream, and then it gets hauled off site. But that might occur over a period of 5 to 14 days after discovery. But it's quick and it's segregated off the main project.
Okay, and so it's taken seriously under MACA, but if it's discovered, you just follow the MACA procedures for that, correct?
Correct. Well, it goes a little bit beyond MACA because there also are just underground storage tank requirements, like a marine chemist has to sign off on the tank. So it's generally MACA, but there are some nuances to that.
Okay, and so you just follow the procedures that are in place for that.
That's correct. Yes.
All right, and then this, just two more questions, I think. One, if the Department of Ecology wants to see additional groundwater testing and wells on any portion of the site, but I think specifically we were talking about planning area 1 in Ms. Cudgeon's questions, is that something that the applicant would do as part of the MACA process?
That's correct.
And then this is exhibit C1, the FEIS, and I've highlighted in blue a couple of paragraphs here. We've talked about some of this in your testimony, so I won't rehash that. But this very first sentence, investigation and cleanup of the legacy contamination at the Snoqualmie Mill property will be conducted following MACA requirements with oversight by ecology. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the rest of this paragraph and into the next one describes that process that we've talked about extensively now of remedial investigation, feasibility study, all of that. Is that correct in terms of describing the process that will be followed for the property?
Yes, and that follows Department of Ecology's guidance document for performing a remedial investigation.
And then the very last sentence here on this page, the responsibility for completion of the cleanup to the satisfaction of and approval by ecology will remain with the potentially liable parties in accordance with MACA. And is that consistent with your experience?
Yes, and that would include not only Snoqualmie Mill Ventures, but Weyerhaeuser also in this case.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Schmidt, thank you so much for being with us today.
It was a real blast.
Okay, I think we'll have a little housekeeping conversation now before we go to lunch. So Mr. Schmidt, you're welcome to watch that or to proceed to your lunch.
Okay.
If I may, one of the issues that we'd like to address is Mr. Schmidt's availability. He's only available until about 5:30 today, so trying to schedule witnesses accordingly would be much appreciated.
Good, let's move to that conversation. So just very quickly, we have Mr. Rogers' testimony still to cover. I believe that's the last direct witness that has not spoken, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry, there's a lot of scrolling involved to get back to where that list is written down. And after that, the city and the applicant would both be done with their cases in chief and we would be moving to rebuttal, is that right?
Yes.
That is correct.
So any more updates from appellants available on rebuttal witness order or timing?
I will say for the applicant, we'd request, as you just heard from Ms. Carey, that Mr. Schmidt has limited availability into the later hours of this afternoon, what I'll charitably call the afternoon instead of evening. So we would request that if there's going to be contamination rebuttal, that go earlier rather than later.
Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Ms. Clungeon, can you, or Mr. Bricklin, are you on the call?
I am.
Okay. Can you give us a heads up on order?
And I'll let Ms. Clungeon start on that. I still have my conflict at 1:30 and I should be done with that other matter by 2:30, but so I'm available after that.
Okay.
I believe we'll have a brief rebuttal from Dr. Cook. And then I'm expecting we might have one as well from Jenkins, but I need some time to go through that.
Okay, so those will be first and second rebuttal witnesses?
Preferably for Ms. Jenkins after Mr. Bricklin completes his, just,
So you're thinking
Cook, Norris?
Cook, Norris, Durdowski, and then back to Jenkins?
or we could, I think Mr. Seidels might have wanted to do Norris first, so maybe that might make sense to do Norris, Cook,
Durdowski, Jenkins.
Cook, yes.
And again, from the applicant, if we do that order, I think there's a possibility Ms. Jenkins will not go today, which would be a scheduling issue for the applicant. So again, I'm just requesting that Ms. Jenkins be put forward in the order so that we know that she goes today.
We might be able to make that work. We can confer over lunch and see if we can facilitate that.
Yeah, if we can move her earlier, that would just address the only scheduling conflict that's been brought to our attention. And estimate for Mr. Rogers' testimony duration, Mr. Stringer?
15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm getting nervous that we're not going to
Me too.
finish this today.
Let's go to lunch. And remember, we called yesterday for heroic measures. So I think we should stay on the meeting today until we're done. I will regret having said that, I'm sure, as it gets to be later in the evening, but I rather than try to reschedule everybody for future dates, that just doesn't make sense. I don't think, given the amount of information that should be needed to be conveyed. So how long for this lunch break? Are we at 45 minutes or are we shorter than that? Should we do 30 minutes for this lunch break? Is that good? That's good for me.
Applicant, that's good. Thank you.
Appellants haven't responded. It's 30 minutes. Okay.
Well, it's not going to matter to me. I'm not on the call at 1:30 to 2:30 anyway.
Right.
So it's up to Ms. Clungeon.
Ms. Clungeon?
I can do 30 minutes if that's the
Let's do it.
like longer, but I understand. I also don't anticipate rebuttal is going to be that long. We're going to try and keep it brief. So I'm hoping that won't be too much of an issue. But
Okay, that's appreciated. Let's break. We'll come back at 1:35.
okay.
Okay, thank you. Great. Mr. Seidels.
It's my understanding that we're going to do rebuttal testimony of Gary Norris right now.
We had a little bit of a conversation before the break about wanting to try and get your contamination rebuttal witness up earlier rather than later. So I'm not sure what the resolution was of that, but maybe Ms. Clungeon knows.
I thought we were starting with Mr. Norris, we were moving to Cook and then Jenkins and then Durdowski. We moved Jenkins up from, it was Durdowski Jenkins. We moved her up before so that to accommodate that.
But in any event, I thought we were concluding
this
case with Mr. Rogers' brief testimony before moving to the appellant's rebuttal. Is that correct?
That was the plan before lunch. Mr.
Okay.
Seidels, sorry if we did not.
No, it's
override you.
good. I will mute myself.
All right, let's have the city's last witness then, please.
Mr. Rogers is on and ready.
Okay. I am Jason Rogers, JASON ROGERS. I'm the city's interim community development director, and Mr. Rogers is fine.
Thank you very much. Can I swear you in?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be true? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Examiner. We'll try to go quickly. Mr. Rogers, you mentioned that you're the interim community development director. Can you tell us briefly about your experience at the city of Snoqualmie?
Certainly. I've worked for the city of Snoqualmie for very nearly 5 years now. Prior to this, I worked for the cities of Redmond and then Issaquah. I have a Bachelor of Science in City and Regional Planning from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and a Master's of Public Administration from Seattle University.
All right, thank you very much. And in what capacity did you work for those other cities and then for Snoqualmie prior to becoming the interim community development director?
Sure. For the city of Issaquah, I was an associate planner. That's a mid-level planner. For the city of Redmond, I was a senior planner for them. And then at Snoqualmie, I was a senior planner for most of my career, and in the last 6 months or so, I've been the interim director.
All right. And in your planning experience, do you have experience preparing and reviewing SEPA environmental documents?
Yes.
And can you describe that experience briefly?
Certainly. One of my duties at Snoqualmie is primarily reviewing development projects. And so in my capacity, I would review environmental documents, SEPA checklists, wetland studies, things along those lines in determining whether to issue a determination of non-significance or a mitigated determination of non-significance, or applying SEPA exemptions as the case may be.
And then did you have a responsibility for drafting any of those determination documents?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. And so in that role, have you been involved in preparation and review of the Snoqualmie Mill Site EIS documents?
Yes, I've been very heavily involved.
Okay, thank you. Let me then just quickly screen share. I am going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. Since we had a brief conversation about this, Ms. Examiner, during the going over the exhibit list, Mr. Rogers, can you scroll, describe what Exhibit 3 is, C3?
This is the determination of significance and a request for comments on the scope of the environmental impact statement for the Snoqualmie Mill PCI plan.
All right, thank you. And so does Exhibit C3 constitute the city's SEPA threshold environmental determination for the mill site?
Yes, it does.
All right, thank you. I'm going to stop sharing that document. And that is the document that precipitated preparation of the draft and final environmental impact statements?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Now I'm going to switch to exhibit, what's been marked, Ms. Examiner, as Exhibit C4. Can you see that on your screen, Mr. Rogers?
Yep, now I see it now.
All right, thank you. And can you tell us what this document represents?
Yes, this is a summary of the feedback the city received on scoping, dated December 18th, 2017, from the former Community Development Director, Mark Hoffman, to Richard Weinman, and CCing the other members of the applicant's team.
All right, thank you. Is this what's referred to in the SEPA parlance as a scoping memorandum?
Yes, it is.
All right, and is this the scoping memorandum? I think that's also referred to in the staff report.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll stop sharing that. For record purposes, record completeness purposes, Ms. Examiner, the city would move admission of Exhibit C3 and C4.
Any objection from other parties?
No
Applicant?
objection.
Thank you. Appellants?
No objection.
Thank you. We will admit C3 and C4.
Thank you, Ms. Examiner. All right, Mr. Rogers, continuing, based on your experience, I assume you're familiar with the SEPA rules as issued by the Department of Ecology and adopted by the city?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Are you familiar with the terms project proposal and non-project proposal?
Yes.
Do you have a perspective on whether the mill site EIS evaluates a project proposal, a non-project proposal, or whether it might be a hybrid?
My view is that it is a hybrid.
Can you explain briefly why?
Sure. The final EIS addresses this in Chapter 3, I believe, pages 311 and 312, if I'm remembering correctly. This PCI plan has some characteristics of a project action as well as a non-project action, and that's what makes this EIS a hybrid. The PCI plan is functioning both as a permit and a plan. It would authorize a range of uses on the property according to essentially a master plan subject to numerous conditions, but it doesn't directly authorize any change to the environment, any construction on the property in any of the 3 planning areas. But especially not for planning areas 2 and 3, because there's not a level of specificity with building layouts and the other details for those planning areas yet.
And so does the plan aspects of the PCI plan, what does that suggest to you as far as whether that part of the proposal is a non-project or project proposal?
Well, a non-project proposal for SEPA would be a plan or a program that's going to govern the development of a series of connected actions. And that's what this PCI plan is. What we see for planning area 1, though, is we have a much higher level of detail, although we still don't have a level of detail that they could issue, say, building permits from what's been submitted at this point. So in that respect, planning area 1, the planning area 1 portions of the EIS are closer to a project proposal level review.
Okay, thank you. I am going to screen share briefly now. Previously admitted exhibit M15, which is, parties will recall, and the examiner probably, is the vicinity map, Google. And we've talked throughout this proceeding about various areas, Snoqualmie Ridges 1 and 2, and downtown and Meadowbrook. And I'm wondering, Mr. Rogers, if you could just walk us through briefly. I will follow along and try to indicate where those areas are. So tell us what Snoqualmie Ridge 1 and 2 is, and I will try to, if you direct me on the map, circle them for examiner's reference.
Certainly. So where your cursor is now, down there in the lower left by the pink, that's the Snoqualmie Valley Hospital. That's part of Snoqualmie Ridge 2. And that area, you can see the little icons that say Timber Ridge Elementary School and Snow King Ice Arena. Everything south of there on both sides of Snoqualmie Parkway is Snoqualmie Ridge 2, roughly speaking.
Okay. Go ahead.
So moving further north and east from there along Snoqualmie Parkway, and you can see the label on the map there that says Snoqualmie Ridge. That whole area is largely Snoqualmie Ridge 1, most of the way down to where the green kind of ends there is Snoqualmie Ridge 1.
And are there any business portions or commercial development associated with Snoqualmie Ridge 1 that we should note?
Yes, the area around the Snow King Ice Arena there is what's known as the Snoqualmie Ridge Business Park, which is a fairly substantial commercial light industrial development. It is pretty close to build out at this point.
Okay, and there were, I think, some references maybe in the beginning of this proceeding that Snoqualmie is small. What are the building sizes like in the Snoqualmie Ridge Business Park?
The business park is composed of, as I said before, some commercial and light industrial buildings. The height limit in the business park is 60 feet, and we have buildings ranging from just shy of that. I think one building goes up to 58 feet. Some are certainly a little bit shorter in the 40-foot range. But these are, of course, also, they're multi-tens of thousands of square feet in floor space.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Campbell spoke earlier today a little bit about Snoqualmie's UGA or potential annexation areas. Can you describe where those are located?
Certainly. The area that's commonly known as Snoqualmie Hills is south of Fisher Creek Park there and east of the Snow King Ice Arena, roughly where your cursor is. And so the western part, of course, would be mostly from the Fisher Creek Park area straight down in that area. And Snoqualmie Hills East would be the portion roughly east of there, kind of between those two creeks you can see on the map.
This area here, am I?
Yes, that's correct.
Shown on the recording, it's difficult to describe for the record, but all right. And then continuing on to the east, what's this area here where it is labeled Snoqualmie and where the high school is?
Sure. That is what we call historic downtown Snoqualmie, or the valley floor. And so this is the portion of the town that has been in existence for over 100 years now.
And the Meadowbrook area?
Yes, that's over just to the east of Mount Si High School. And so there's a road that's very difficult to see that's running roughly northeast to southwest, just east of Mount Si High School. That's Meadowbrook Way there. And the intersection right where you have your cursor right now, Mr. Sturbank, is the historic little town of Meadowbrook, which is now part of the city of Snoqualmie.
Okay. And then, of course, I think Mr. Cartman spent some time on this. You want to describe where the site is in relation to downtown and the ridge?
Certainly. So Snoqualmie Ridge is up on a ridge, as the name implies, to the west of the Snoqualmie River and to the west of historic downtown Snoqualmie. On the east side of the river, you see that the circular feature there is Borst Lake. And this site, the Snoqualmie Mill site, is north of Borst Lake. And so there's a little icon that says Dirtfish there. So it runs roughly west and north of where that little icon is the project site.
All right.
You can see over, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and then further to the west of there, you can see the icon that says Salish Lodge and Spa. That's the Salish Lodge, as the name, the icon implies, and the Snoqualmie Falls are there.
Immediately to the west of the Salish Lodge and Spa.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And you referenced Snoqualmie Ridge 1 and 2. Were those developed using a master plan process?
Yes, Snoqualmie Ridge 1 and 2 were both developed with what the city calls a mixed-use final plan process. As the name implies, you have a mix of uses, and those processes, took a number of years to develop in the first place, and then were built out over a number of years. Snoqualmie Ridge 1 was approved in, I believe, 1996.
Okay, and did both Snoqualmie Ridge 1 and 2 utilize phased SEPA environmental review?
Yes, they did.
All right, thank you. And was there also has the city utilized a planned commercial industrial plan approval process previously?
Yes, the city has before. There was a proposed expansion of the Salish Lodge and Spa, which was the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, which was the owner of the Salish Lodge at the time, was the applicant for that project. We took that project all the way through the PCI plan process. The expansion would have added 150 residential units, 180 up to 182 new hotel rooms, and some associated facilities. That project, unfortunately, is no longer going to happen. It was purchased by the Snoqualmie tribe 4 years ago now, and so unfortunately isn't moving forward. But
and the approximate location of that, just with respect to some of these other features shown,
it would have been to the northeast of the existing Salish Lodge and Spa. You're right up in that area where your cursor is, so between Highway 202 and Tokel Road.
And is this smaller white line to the east of the Tokel roundabout, north and east? That's Tokel Road?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. I'll stop. I appreciate the orientation. Now, you spoke a little bit briefly about the potential annexation areas. Has there been any recent history of annexations or consideration of annexations that would speak to potential?
Yes, the most recent annexation request came in, I believe, 2016 or 2017 from a group that was seeking to have all of Snoqualmie Hills, east and west, or at least the majority of it, annexed into the city.
And what happened to that proposal?
The city council ultimately declined to decline the annexation petition from the property owners at that time.
And so that meant that the proposal didn't advance any further?
Correct.
All right, thank you. When I was chatting with Mr. Durdowski a bit the other day, he indicated some unfamiliarity with the status of build out of Snoqualmie Ridge. I think that you said it was almost built out. Can you just give us briefly sort of some highlights of where things stand, how much growth might be expected still from Snoqualmie Ridge 1 and 2?
Certainly. For Snoqualmie Ridge 1, that is almost completely built out. We have, I believe, 2 projects that are still in various stages of construction completion. They're not formally closed out yet. So we're not looking to have anything more in Snoqualmie Ridge 1. Snoqualmie Ridge 2 has a remaining residential entitlement of 91 units. And of that, we have a 13 lot plat, which is under construction right now. The homes are under construction, known as parcel S22 or plat 29. We have another parcel S14, which we just had a pre-application meeting for this week. That's going to end up being an approximately 40 to 50 unit residential development. We have what's known as parcel S21B, which is the one adjacent to the Snoqualmie Valley Hospital. That one is not currently active. We had a proposal on it last year, and then that one fell through, but we anticipate that one being developed in the next 1 to 2 years. That will be a retail development. And that is it. So Snoqualmie Ridge 1 and 2, as you can, or don't have much left.
All right. And what about the potential for significant future growth anywhere else in Snoqualmie?
Outside of the proposal we're discussing, there's really not much because the Snoqualmie Valley, the valley floor is in the floodplain, and so that has a pretty intense limiting effect on potential development downtown. Certainly, there could be a low level of infill development because there are some vacant parcels. There's some redevelopment opportunities down there, but no large scale developments are possible in historic Snoqualmie.
And you're speaking about large scale residential?
Yes, I'm speaking of large scale residential.
All right. And okay. And why is there a difference of residential and commercial, and why?
So there's a couple of restrictions in place because of flooding. One is that so there's what's known as the floodway, and under state law, no residential development is allowed in the floodway. We certainly have some residential uses that are already existing there, but over time those will go away. And then, I'm sorry.
Oh, I said okay. Thank you.
Okay. And then residential development in the floodplain itself needs to meet a long list of FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, and state requirements that are in the city's code. We implement a lot of those regulations concerning residential development, which makes it quite limiting. And to limit, because this city has suffered a number of floods over the years, we have some
right. And we're not talking about flooding, so we're not going to go into that history. But just with respect to testimony about growth rates, you're not anticipating very much residential population growth downtown.
Correct.
All right. And did you hear Mr. Derdowski talk about population growth rate from 2010 to 2017 time period? Did that period include prior development of some large portions of SR2?
Yes, it did.
All right. Do you believe it's based on what you were just describing that it's reasonable to assume that the growth rate from SR2 will continue into the future?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you. And did you hear Ms. Campbell's testimony about development of water demand and working with city planners regarding population projections?
Yes, I along with one of the city's other planners at the time, provided Ms. Campbell with information about population growth expected through the water system plans planning period.
All right. And what about Mr. Braylon and Mr. Schramm's testimony about TAZ work? Were you also involved in providing background information about expected growth rates to those traffic engineers?
Yes. If I recall correctly, Mr. Schramm referred to the TAZ work. TAZs are traffic analysis zones in the PSRC model area. And so I worked with the other city planner I mentioned before, with Mr. Brayland and Ms. Gerhardt at Fair and Piers, so that we could help assign future growth assumptions to help inform their traffic forecasting.
Okay, thank you. And are you familiar with housing and employment projection process under the Growth Management Act?
Yes, I am.
And have you done any work related to Snoqualmie's participation in that process?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so I recall Mr. Derdowski mentioning his belief the city's growth was inconsistent with PSRC limitations. I think he specifically mentioned with respect to employment numbers and that this was an adverse environmental impact not addressed in the EIS. Can you speak to, has anything changed recently regarding the city's assigned employment targets?
Yes, it has. As part of the upcoming Conference of Plan updates, there are new growth targets that are recommended by the King County Growth Management Planning Council. And those were recommended on June 23rd, 2021. And then these updated targets were, considered by the King County Council and adopted in December of 2021 via Ordinance 19384.
All right, and is that ordinance the ordinance that I was reviewing with Mr. Derdowski?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. And did the city council ratify ordinance 19384?
Yes, the city council adopted a resolution, resolution 1608, I believe, to ratify these new targets.
All right, and what do the new targets say with respect to anticipated employment as compared to the mill site EIS?
So the new targets have a planning horizon year of 2044, and the city's new target is 4,425 jobs. The EIS for this project assumes a total of 3,410 jobs of build out, which would be expected to occur by 2044.
Okay, and have you received any information recently about whether the county has the County Growth Management Planning Council, whether they have ratified ordinance 19384?
Yes, we received confirmation on Wednesday morning from the King County clerk that the cities and county have ratified the updated growth targets.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to show you a screen share here. Make sure I have the right document. Can you see what's been marked as Exhibit C29?
Yes, I see Exhibit C29 there.
All right, and is this the, well, why don't you tell us what this document is, please?
Yes, this is a letter from the clerk of the county council, and I apologize, I got the date wrong. It was yesterday and not Wednesday, addressed to the mayor of Snoqualmie, informing her that the cities and counties in King County have ratified the new countywide planning policies, which include the updated growth targets.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop sharing that. My apologies, Ms. Examiner, for I have one more exhibit, and I had gotten these marked in reverse order. But I will move the admission of Exhibit C29.
Let me hear from the parties. Any objection from applicant?
No objection.
Any objection from appellants? Ms. Clungeon?
No objection, no.
We will admit C29.
All right, thank you. Turning to another topic, Mr. Rogers, there was some conversation with Mr. Norris the other day regarding existing conditions on certain roadways near the mill site. And one road that he specifically mentioned was the Snoqualmie Parkway, which I think you had pointed out during your tour on the Google Maps. But does the city have an identified project for repaving of Snoqualmie Parkway?
Yes, it does.
All right. And are you aware of conversations between the city and the state about funding for the city's repaving of the Snoqualmie Parkway?
Yes, there have been extensive conversations about state funding for Snoqualmie Parkway, and I was tracking some proposed legislation throughout the recent legislative session, which would have provided money to repave Snoqualmie Parkway.
All right, I'm going to show you screen share and what's been marked as Exhibit C30. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right, and what is this communication?
This is a letter from the Washington State Department of Transportation to the city's Parks and Public Works Director, Mr. Chambliss.
Okay.
And this letter is informing Mr. Chambliss that as part of the state's transportation package, the Move Ahead Washington program, that $5 million has been allocated toward as the letter says, rehabilitation of Snoqualmie Parkway, which means repaving it.
Okay, so this is it fair to say this letter is informing the city that the state has allocated money to the city so that the city can rehabilitate Snoqualmie Parkway?
Yes.
All right, thank you. City would move admission of Exhibit C30. And just with respect to the disclosure, these have previously been provided to council, and by their dates, the examiner can see that we received them well after our disclosure deadlines in this case.
Any objection from applicant for C30?
No objection.
Thank you. Any objection from appellants to C30?
I mean, other than the fact that we just received these, and I don't know how these are these took place well after the decision was made on the FEIS. So I'm not sure to what extent they're relevant for the analysis related to the FEIS. So I would just note that they weren't available at that time.
And I would note that as well. I am going to admit them. Obviously, they're late disclosed because they were issued after. And of course, I'll consider your concerns about relevance.
Thank you.
And with respect, I understand that the examiner will accord the appropriate weight in her discretion. With respect to that point, the letter is offered in direct rebuttal to Mr. Norris's testimony that there was an undisclosed impact because Snoqualmie Parkway might not be able to be in a condition to handle project traffic. And this speaks directly to Mr. Norris's contention.
It does.
All right, thank you very much. And that concludes my questions for Mr. Rogers. And Mr. Rogers, thank you for stepping in on this.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see if the other parties.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Examiner, one other procedural question here.
Yes. Yes.
We previously had conversation about that King County ordinance and resolution 1608. And
Yes.
I had previously offered them through Mr. Dudowski, and the examiner just had indicated that she would just judicially notice them. I would move their admission as 31 and 32, unless the examiner is comfortable still just noticing them as adopted ordinances and resolutions, then we can leave it that way as well.
Well, the city has moved. I'll just check with the parties. Objections from applicants.
No objection from the applicant. I think it makes sense. It's kind of neater just to have them as
Have
exhibits.
them there, yeah.
Yeah.
Any objection from appellants to these resolutions?
No.
Okay, please remind me the number of the King County resolution so I can make note accurately.
The number is 19384.
Thank you. And the resolution is 1608.
This resolution is 1608, and I will provide those exhibits with cover sheets indicating the exhibit numbering.
Great, and including 29 and 30.
It's 29 and 30 were circulated to the parties already earlier this morning, but of course I will send them to Mr. Monroe for transmittal to the examiner.
Great, and thank you. Just make sure everybody has them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The 4 are admitted. So that concludes your business, Mr. Sturbank.
It does. Thank you.
Okay, so let me check with applicants if they have any questions for Mr. Rogers.
No questions for Mr. Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Klungen.
Just a couple. I will keep it very brief. In the interest of time, and also thank you, Mr. Rogers, for the overview of your process here, but I just have a couple of follow-up questions about the use proposed on the land and what we do know here. So regarding the project versus non-project action, I just want a little bit of clarity here. So we do know for the EIS is restricted to a specific site, correct? We have clear boundaries of a site.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and the EIS has certain uses that are proposed on this site, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and those would include, we've got office, retail, residential, industrial, correct? Am I missing any there?
office retail. I believe that's all of them.
Okay, and we have rough numbers of the square footage that's entailed with those developments or with those phases, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay. And I understand we have a greater level of detail for 1 than we do for 2 and 3, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But we also understand that there's going to be additional infrastructure and certain things needed for 2 and 3 as well as 1, correct?
If you're referring to, I mean,
Water, utilities, sewer, things like that.
yes, there will be.
Okay. And was there any legislative action involved in approving this project?
Well, this isn't I mean, it's a permit, and so it's not a legislative action.
So would the city would be responsible for issuing the permit? It would for the EIS or for the development that would occur related to the PCI EIS, correct?
The PCI plan approval is a city permit. Building permits would be done by the city. Clearing and grading permits, things like that would all be issued by the city, yes.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Sturbank, anything further?
Sure, very, very quickly, Mr. Rogers, Ms. Clungeon was asking about city legislative decisions with respect to the mill site. Did the city adopt pre-annexation zoning, comprehensive plan designations that apply to the mill site?
Yes, they did.
And were those legislative decisions of the city council?
Yes.
Okay, and with respect to the PCI plan approval, well, sorry, let me step back. And was then there a subsequent, annexation decision? Was that a legislative decision by the city council?
Yes.
To annex the mill site into the city of Snoqualmie?
Yes.
All right, and what was there any post-annexation legislative approval?
There was a post-annexation implementation plan. Yes.
All right, and that was approved for the Snoqualmie mill site?
Yes.
All right, and then the PCI plan, you have given some testimony about the plan aspect, the non-project aspects of that, but who is the decision maker ultimately for the PCI plan?
The city council.
Okay, and then subsequent permits, you I think mentioned building permits. The decision maker for a building permit is that the city council?
No, it is not. It's
All
the
right.
building official.
And the the PCI plan approval is the city council sitting in its legislative, well, strike that. The lawyers can argue about that. All right, I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right,
Thank
thanks
you.
very much, Mr. Rogers.
Yep.
Let us move to rebuttal testimony from Mr. Seidels.
Thank you, Madam Examiner. We call Mr. Gary Norris.
We can promote him, please, to panelist and have him rejoin us. There you are. Just to make sure Mr. Norris is able to share his video. Excellent. Great. Good to see you again. Thank you for coming back, Mr. Norris. I would just remind you that you're under oath, sir.
Sounds good.
Okay, please go ahead, Mr. Seidels.
Thank you. Mr. Norris, were you present for all of the traffic testimony yesterday?
Yes, I was.
All right. You're a little bit faint. I wonder if there's anything we can do about that.
I'm having lighting issues too. Everybody's got strange lighting. I think that's all that it is.
I just meant that his audio was faint. Maybe it's
I
just
see.
me.
Thank you. No, actually, sir, if you could be sure to either sit close to microphone or speak loudly so we can hear you clearly. That would be great. Sorry, I took that as a visual cue, not as an audio cue. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, I think I'm like horribly bad here. All right, give us a mic check, would you, Gary?
Does this help?
Oh, yes, that's much
That's
better.
much
Thank you so
better.
much. All right. So once and for all, Mr. Norris, what are pass-by trips?
Pass-by trips. I know that Mr. Sturbank questioned my opinion about them. So I thought rather than arguing about it, I'd just go right back to the source of what defined pass-by trips and went to the ITE Trip Generation Handbook, which defines pass-by trips are made as intermediate stops on the way from an origin to a primary trip destination without a route diversion. Pass-by trips are attracted from traffic passing the site on an adjacent street that offer direct access to the generator. Pass-by trips are not diverted from another roadway, and that's referenced in the ITE Trip Generation Handbook, page 29.
Is what you just said a verbatim quote from ITE Trip Generation Handbook, page 29?
That's a verbatim quote.
Thank you. I'm going to display my screen. This is the draft EIS, everybody. This is PDF page 364. This is the map of surrounding areas. Mr. Cartman has displayed this for a couple of his witnesses. Do you recognize this map, Mr. Norris?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to zoom in here a bit on the site. You see the road marked 202 on this map?
Yes, I do.
You see the road marked Southeast Mill Pond Road?
Yes, I do.
Which of those two roads is adjacent to the site?
Southeast Mill Pond Road,
Is SR 202 adjacent to the site?
not according to the ITE definition, no.
And why, what features of 202 make it non-adjacent?
It doesn't provide direct access to the site. In order to get to the site from 202, you have to travel down Mill Pond Road. So that would not be considered to be adjacent to it.
Is it just categorically wrong then under the ITE Trip Generation Handbook to include traffic on SR 202 as pass-by traffic?
Yes, it would be.
In his traffic analysis, did Mr. Schramm include traffic on SR 202 as pass-by traffic?
In his testimony, he indicated that he had, yes.
All right, I'm going to call up Appendix F to the draft EIS. I thought I was anyways. How about now? Is this showing that table with the pass-by on it, Mr. Norris?
Yes, it is.
All right, so let me pause there. Everyone, I am in Appendix F to the draft EIS. I am at PDF page 815 of that appendix. Mr. Norris, are the counts displayed here the pass-by counts on SR 202 that Mr. Schramm included in his analysis?
I believe so, yes.
So over here on the right, I'm highlighting a number that says negative 1,513. Do you see that highlighting?
Yes.
What is that number?
That is the amount of pass-by trips that were deducted from the site trip generation under Planning Area 1.
So kind of walk me through this whole column of math here. It begins with the number 4,717. What's that?
That is the total site trip generation for the shopping center for Planning Area 1 on a daily basis.
Okay. Then I see a minus 268. What's that?
That's the internal trips that were deducted from the site trip generation.
We'll talk about those in a moment. And then I see the minus 1,513. Are those the pass-by deductions?
That's the pass-by deduction, yes.
After taking these deductions, what is the total traffic generated by the shopping center use of phase 1 according to this table?
2,936.
Okay, thank you. During redirect, attorney Mr. Cartman asked Mr. Schramm whether these pass-by counts were deleted from the road system. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
What did Mr. Schramm say about whether pass-by trips were included or deleted from the overall analysis?
Mr. Schramm indicated that the pass-by trips were included in the analysis.
All right. Do you think that was an accurate statement or an inaccurate statement?
I don't believe it's an accurate statement, no.
You think it was wrong?
Yes.
All right. Let me go back to FEIS, and I'll give us a number that I want us to keep in mind as we do this. All right. So down here at the bottom line in the total column, I see a number 5,768. Do you also see that number, Mr. Norris?
Yes, I do.
And what does that bottom line number mean?
That is the total net new weekday daily trip generation generated by the site.
And is that the total traffic generated by the site after deductions of pass-by and internal traffic?
Yes, for planning area 1.
Okay. If it weren't for the deductions, would this total number be higher than 5,768?
It would be significantly higher, yes.
All right. But according to Mr. Schramm, the deductions are still counted in the system, right?
Correct.
All right. Well, let's do some digging on that. I'm going to take us to, and I want everyone to keep in mind, including you, Mr. Norris, that bottom line number, 5,768. All right.
Correct.
Let's go to the DEIS. We will be going to PDF page 390 of the DEIS. So here's the DEIS, and I'm going to scroll us into page 390. All right, I think I am displaying PDF page 390 of the draft EIS. Mr. Norris, will you tell me what the first line that you see is?
Exhibit 3.11-14, trip generation summary for planning area 1, 2023.
Great. All right, so we are all literally on the same page. Now, according to this trip generation summary, what is the total number of trips that phase 1 will generate?
5,768.
Mr. Norris, isn't that the exact same number that we just saw in Appendix F?
Yes, it is.
Is this your basis for concluding that the pass-by trips were indeed deducted from the analysis of traffic?
Yes, it is.
And what effect does deleting these pass-by trips have on the overall traffic analysis?
Well, he's essentially eliminating about 1/3 of the trips from the site trip generation for planning area 1.
Now, I want to make sure I've identified your belief correctly. Is it your belief that it was wrong to deduct pass-by traffic from SR 202?
It's wrong to consider pass-by traffic as coming from SR 202.
But what about traffic on Mill Pond Road? Would it be legitimate to consider that traffic as pass-by?
Yes, it would.
Okay, well, let's look at some of those numbers. Let me make sure I get this correct on my screen before I share it on yours. Yep. All right, everyone. So I'm going to take us back to Appendix F to the draft EIS. This time I'll be on page 35. And I'd like to apologize in advance because I'm going to make Mr. Norris do a little bit of math for us. All right, Mr. Norris, Can you now see the top of PDF page 35 of Appendix F?
Yes, I do.
All right, what is this page showing?
It's showing the peak hour traffic counts at the SR 202 Railroad Avenue, Southeast Mill Pond Road for the PM peak hour.
From this table, are you able to calculate the existing traffic on Southeast Mill Pond Road?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'm going to blow up, or I should say enlarge, the left-hand diagram here, which is labeled all vehicles. Is that nice and large on your screen now?
Yes, it is.
All right. Tell us what this diagram shows, Mr. Norris.
What the diagram shows is the various movements that are passing through the intersection for each leg of the intersection. So you have on the north leg, which is Toco Road. On the west is SR 202 Railroad Avenue. On the south, it's SR 202 Railroad Avenue. And on the east, it's Southeast Mill Pond Road.
All right. I see different numbers associated with each of these different traffic movements. Mr. Norris, can you add up and explain all the movements that will generate traffic on Southeast Mill Pond Road?
Okay, the first movement would be the westbound movement that's shown there as number 61.
Got it.
And that is comprised of 25 left turns, 35 throughs, and 1 right, as shown just a little bit to the left of that 61 number and arrow.
So those 61 trips are all on Mill Pond Road, are they?
Correct.
All right. Any other trips on Mill Pond Road?
Yes, on the lower portion, it indicates there are 49 trips that are on Mill Pond Road, which is the sum of the 34 of the eastbound through and the northbound right turn, which totals 49.
Okay. Are there any other sources of traffic for Mill Pond Road?
No.
All right. So what is the total volume of traffic then on Mill Pond Road?
110 peak hour trips.
That's only peak hour trips though, right? That's not the total volume of traffic on Mill Pond
That's
Road?
not the total daily, yeah.
How would you estimate or calculate the total daily?
Typically, rule of thumb is that the PM peak represents 10% of the daily total. So applying that to this number, you'd have 110 divided by 10% would give you about 1,100 daily trips.
Okay. So is it based on what you've just walked us through, is it your belief that the existing traffic on Southeast Mill Pond Road is approximately 1,100 daily trips? Have I followed you correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, excellent. From that 1,100 daily trips, is it reasonable to expect that some of them would be pass-by trips into the project once it's built?
It would be logical to assume that some would be, yes.
All right, let's go to a different part of Appendix F here. We'll go back to the by now very familiar page 815. Okay. I see here, Mr. Norris, that under the proposed use shopping center, there's this column for pass-by, and then it's labeled 34%. Can you explain where this 34% came from?
That 34% comes from the Institute of Transportation Engineers Handbook, which defines pass-by percentages for shopping centers.
So somewhere in the ITE manual, it says shopping centers have a pass-by rate of 34%. That's where that came from?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we were looking for legitimate pass-by trips, would we multiply 1,100 trips on Mill Pond Road times 34% taken from the ITE manual? Is that how we would do the math?
No, that's not correct.
Uh-oh, better explain to me how we would do it then.
The math is done by using the total trips that are generated for the land use, in this particular case, shopping center.
Oh, okay.
And the 34% is measured or multiplied times the total shopping center trips that are occurring, which is.
Oh, I see. So how many trips will this shopping center generate?
4,717.
I see. And then the 34% of that, that's where 1513 came from?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's reasonable to expect 1,513 pass-by trips. The question is, where they would come from, what road they would come from. Is that right?
That's correct.
Well, if all the pass-by trips have to come from the adjacent road, doesn't that mean they all have to come from Mill Pond Road?
That's correct.
And remind me again, the total volume of traffic on Mill Pond Road daily?
Daily, it's 1,100 cars a day.
Well, how can you have 1,500 pass-by trips on a road that only has 1,100 cars?
You can't, and that's the caveat in that calculation, is that these pass-by trips can only come from the adjacent roadway. So if the volume of trips exceeds the volume on the adjacent road, that's not a viable calculation.
What do you mean it's not a viable calculation?
You can't take more trips as pass-by than already exist on the roadway network.
Okay.
And I should point out too that, as I explained in the my original testimony, these pass-by percentages were generated from roadways that were adjacent to the shopping center, ranging from 25,000 vehicles today to 73,000 vehicles a day. So ITE cautions about using these percentages because of the inability of the data to really quantify and statistically verify that these numbers are accurate. So
okay,
it's put
let me just pause you there. I do appreciate your clarification of your earlier testimony on that point. But just in the interest of time, I would like to move through this if that's all right. Mr. Norris, I see that shopping center has a pass-by rate of 34%. I don't see a pass-by rate for the other uses, industrial park and multifamily housing. Why not?
Pass-by rates have only been identified for shopping trips because of the nature of those trips.
I see. So am I right then in thinking that different land uses have different pass-by rates and some land uses have no pass-by rate at all?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you agree that shopping center is the correct land use that characterizes at least part of planning area 1?
No, I do not.
All right, let's go to the draft EIS. And we'll go to page 27 of the draft EIS. I wonder if I can just do this on the fly without pausing the screen share. All right, Mr. Norris, are you looking at a page whose header is exhibit 1.4-1?
No.
I better stop the screen share.
Actually, I need to take an emergency 60-second break. So do you want to get your screen share organized? We don't even have to necessarily pause the recording. Please don't testify in my absence. I will be right back.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Brickland. I think you just joined us by phone, and I think your phone is making audible beeping noises that the rest of us can hear.
Okay. Sorry about that. We're having some unstable weather and I had windows open. Massive flooding was going to occur. So needed to stop that.
It's partly cloudy weather here in Seattle, so
I have a huge downpour and hail and a very big wind.
Maybe it's coming our way. All right, Mr. Norris, let's make sure I've got my screen sharing correct. Does it say Exhibit 1.4 TAC 1 at the top of your screen?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, so I am in the draft EIS, page 27 of the draft EIS, and we were just talking about land uses. Recall earlier, Mr. Norris, when we were in Appendix F, do you remember seeing where it said shopping center 70,000 square feet?
Yes.
And that wasn't that the land uses that were taken from the ITE manual?
Yes.
All right. Do you see shopping center as one of the proposed land uses here in the draft EIS?
No, I do not.
Well, there is a land use, which for planning area 1 is 70,000 square feet. What use is that?
It says retail restaurant.
But there's a footnote, isn't there?
Yes.
All right, let's go down and see what footnote 2 says. Now, Mr. Norris, how is that retail restaurant use broken out here in